number 3. And if you notice, when you look at that map of the track, that each one of those channels has a number assigned to it. So the way the rotation works is we go from the start into channel number 1, then 7, then 6, 13, 9, and all the way down to the finish. So that is the exact path that each driver and each team is going to have to follow. If they take a wrong turn, they go down a wrong channel, they'll receive what we call a DNF, did not finish. So everybody's on the same equal footing. Everybody follows the same path. One boat comes out at a time. And they are not only racing against, of course, their other fellow racers, but it's a race against the clock. The idea to get the fastest time possible. There's 3 classes of boats, the modified, the A400, and the unlimited class. And the difference in those classes, in the modified boats, it's up to 365 cubic inches in terms of the motor. It is naturally carbureted, so there's no fuel injection there. And they can do other modifications to the engine. It's actually, they can do a lot more modifications than, for instance, the A400 class, where engine size maxed out at 416 cubic inches. They have to have cast iron blocks, again, natural carburation, and the like. And then there's the unlimited class, where if you can stick it in the back of that boat, you can put it in there. You're going to see boats out here that are turbocharged, that have blowers, that have huge engines, smaller block engines with turbocharge. They can run race fuel, they can run aircraft fuel, they can run methanol. About the only thing they can't do is run nitro or nitrous. So those boats are the really fast boats. So there's the 3 classes. We'll have 4 qualifying runs. And so it's 4 chances for each one of the boats to qualify for what we refer to as the money rounds, the eliminations, where you get into an 8-cut, a 4-cut, and then the finals. So in each class, the 8 fastest boats, based on their best time, will come out into the 8-cut. Anybody that's slower than that time, well, they're done for the day. Those 8 boats in the 8-cut will then race head-to-head with each other. The 4 fastest boats of the 8 then move into the 4-cut. They race against each other. The 2 fastest boats then will race against each other in the finals. 4 qualifying runs. And then you get into the eliminations. Pretty simple how it works. You'll be able to kind of figure it out. This particular rotation from past races is pretty interesting. It would not surprise me if we see a number of DNFs. And since I'm saying DNF, I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the phraseology you might hear during the course of the day. DNF, did not finish. They came out, they ran, and they couldn't finish it for one reason or another. They come out of the water, they wreck, they go the wrong turn, what have you. DNS, did not start. So they have to come out, each of the boats, in a particular order. The rotation is set up in advance. When they're ready to come out, if they can't get the boat started, they're having mechanical issues, and they can't make it out, they get a DNS. So when they're on the launch over here, and they have a problem, they have what's called the 5-minute clock. They go to start the boat, their battery's dead, or there's a problem with the starter. For whatever reason, they can't get it going. They've got 5 minutes to fix it. They go on the 5-minute clock. If they can't make it within the 5 minutes, then they get the DNS. Another phrase that you're going to hear is cavitation. So these are jet boats, and the way they work is there's a jet on the back of that thing that is sucking water up through a grate on the bottom of it, pushing the water out then the back of the boat. Cavitation is when the boat is actually, that pump is, or jet is pumping out air. It's sucking up air for whatever reason, and when it starts cavitating, what you'll notice is the back end of the boat kind of sinks, and you're going to hear that engine rev up, but it's not really going very fast. That's generally cavitation. So you'll hear that. The pumps on the back of these boats is really where the magic in the boat's at. There's a variety of size nozzles that they put on these jets, on these pumps, to try and get the best performance out of the boat. That's where all the steering is. There's no rudder on there. So all the steering comes through that jet. They turn the wheel, that jet moves in one particular direction and allows them to corner. So one of the mistakes that younger drivers make, or drivers that haven't been doing it as long, is they will let off on the gas going into the corner. Well, if you don't have water coming out of that jet, you don't have any steering. So the object is to make sure you've got your foot planted in the pedal when you get into that corner so you can steer the thing. If something happens, engine dies, whatever, that boat is going to continue going whatever direction it was going in until it hits something.
Even higher, right? Good to see you. Hey, good to see you, buddy.
These boats, you'll notice, look like they are on a rail. They can pull upwards of 6 Gs in the tight corners at speed. So they are crazy fast. And while their top speed may not be like drag boats, where the magic is in the acceleration. They accelerate extremely fast. And you will get a bird's eye view of that as the racing progresses here today at Extreme Sports Park. Again, we want to thank you for coming out here. This is our last race of the season, and this is a great venue. You've got a great view of the track down here. I want to thank Horace Kelly and Dan Morrison for helping us out with this and putting the track together and going through all of the things that they've gone through to make the races here, of course, happen. Some of the race officials that we have an official spotter. His job is to make sure that each driver follows the proper rotation. He will be the one that calls it if they go the wrong way. We also have timers. So we have electronic eyes at the beginning and the end of the course. And when the boat crosses the plane of that electronic eye, it starts the clock. When they get down to the spin-out pool, the end, they will go across the plane of that electronic eye, stops the clock. They are backing that up with manual timing because, it's electronics, and water and electricity sometimes don't play well together. So we have backups as well, redundancy systems. A flagger that is out here. He will drop the green flag when it's good for the drivers to go. Also a race controller who's just kind of doing air traffic control out there, and it very much kind of what the job that he does for this. We also want to thank some of our sponsors. Central Welding Supply is a sponsor of ASB Pro Racing. This is an ASB race. And we appreciate the fact that they support their goal to take jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arena. Central Welding Supply, locally owned with exceptional service. They have 25 locations throughout Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There is one near you. All you have to do is go to centralwelding.com and you will be able to find out where they happen to be. Also, a big thank you to Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula. They are a proud sponsor here of the Extreme Sports Park, and they are happy to welcome everybody here. You can see them today for all of your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. I want to remind you that you can help support the drivers if you have a favorite boat out here. Down on the right towards the entrance of the pit, you're going to see a bunch of tents down there, and the drivers are selling their swag. You'll find sweatshirts, t-shirts, all sorts of things that are down there that you can pick up and help support the drivers and the teams. So we're going to be underway here in a few minutes. I'm going to kind of give you an idea of how this is going to play out today. We'll do a national anthem. We will also do a remembrance ceremony today. Of course, I hate saying anniversary because you think of anniversaries, but it has been 20 years today that the tragedy happened to our country of 9/11, and we will be doing a remembrance of that coming up here shortly as well. So we want to thank everybody for being here today. It's going to be a great day of racing. Hopefully we get the sprinkles out of the way early. The one nice thing about the cooler weather is that the engines love that. So you will see some faster times here than maybe you do during the warmer weather just because of that. Cooler air, heavier air. The engines go, yes, thank you. We appreciate more of that, please. Okay. Everybody please rise, remove your hats. We will fly the flag of the United States, and our national anthem today will be sung by Gia Wolf.
Oh, say, when you see holy light, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's eyes gleaming, whose broad stripes and bars through the perilous fight. We watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket bombs bursting proof through the night the flag was still. Sailors that star-spangled banner wave for the land free and the hope of the brave.
Nicely done, Gia. Sorry for the technical issues on the microphone there. Currently working on that to be able to pull it off and have that going on. Gia's a rock star. Give it up for Gia Wolf.
I'm going to say my speech first.
Jillian. All right, next, a few words from Kelly, of course, Kelly Morrison, instrumental in ESP here, and she has a few words that she is going to say in regards to the 20th anniversary of 9/11.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for coming to the sprint boat races in beautiful Port Angeles. We wanted to thank and honor a lot of people before we start today's events. As you all know, today is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. 20 years ago today, the Twin Towers and the Pentagon were targets of terrorist attacks. It was a day that changed our country and one we will never forget. We are here to honor the memory of almost 3,000 people that lost their lives. We would like to take a moment to thank all of our first responders that worked tirelessly to protect us from harm. We thank you for being the backbone of our community's safety. Did you all know that the island hoppers are all first responders? Yep, those guys that are out on those islands right now, they all work tirelessly all day long for our boats and our drivers' safety. So thank you to you all. We would also like to thank the U.S. service members, active military, as well as veterans who have put themselves in harm's way to protect our nation for our freedom. There are no words to express our admiration and gratitude for all that you brave men and women have done. In closing, I would like to say, our country is great. We need to stay true to our values and uphold the freedoms we were given by being American citizens. We need to keep our nation strong and free. May God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Okay. We'll take a moment, 20-second moment of silence to honor those that have fought for us. Okay, we have the bagpipe player, Jillian. You can come out. We're going to play Amazing Grace. And if there's any veterans nearby and you want to walk out with her, you're welcome to do so.
Nicely done. All right, we're just a couple of minutes away from racing. I want to thank you again for being here at the Extreme Sports Park. By the way, if for whatever reason you need to make your way back out to your campsite or something like that, you can follow us on the stream. We have a live stream. Paul and his wife Bonnie providing the stream today, and you can find that at, let's see, ESP Racing on Facebook. You can find it there, or also on YouTube. That is actually ESP Port Angeles on Facebook. ESP Port Angeles on Facebook or YouTube. You can get the video stream. You can also go to those sites if you want to, after the race, you want to show some friends your favorite runs, or maybe some of your favorite crashes or something else, or maybe just see if you're in the video there. We are streaming worldwide, and we do have viewers up in Canada, and normally we would have a contingency of Canadian racers that are here. Unfortunately, because of the Rona and the different protocols between the countries, they're not able to come down. Of course, if they were able to get their boats down to the southern border, there would be no problem coming in. But that said, we miss our friends from Canada that are not here, and we salute you and wish you were, and can't wait to see you next year. Sprint boat racing actually got started down in New Zealand many years ago, back in the 80s. And it was essentially a group of friends that already had some jet boats, and one of them got the bright idea, hey, what about we put some buoys in this river here, and we race around them. And they said, great idea. So they did that. The unfortunate thing was the fishermen in the area did not like them doing that. So somebody got the bright idea, well, let's dig a track next to the river here, kind of like what you see in front of you, and we'll race around that. And that, very briefly, is how things got started for sprint boat racing. The Australians saw it, they loved it, they started digging tracks, and then back in the early 80s, about, I think, 81, in 1980 or 81, the first track in the United States was dug in Morrison, Idaho. And we are going to see a couple of Kiwi racers here today, actually 3. 2 in the 400 class, 1 in the unlimited, and they're going to be racing here. We always start off with the modified class, then move into the 400s, then the unlimited, and then we start over with the second qualifier, again the modifieds, the A400s, and of course the unlimited class.
All right, we're going to start running some boats here, so ignore that protester.
All right, this is a licensing run. New boat, so they'll take it around just to make sure that they can do it. All right, so in that particular licensing run, he actually tried to do the rotation there, which is all fine and good. So we will have another licensing run coming up.
If you have any comments on the stream as far as quality and audio levels, and trying to do the best we can, but it's pretty loud up where we're at, feel free to text me at 360-957-0285. That's my cell phone number. Or you can just send us a message on Facebook, ESP Port Angeles, or YouTube.
So we are still waiting for the next boat to make it in as 199 slowly but surely makes it off. This is boat 39. Mike Hist and Scarlett Taylor. They are from Talkeetna, Alaska. So they're trying to do the rotation as well. This particular rotation, by the way, not an easy one. Very squirrely as they go through channel 9 4 times, turning in a different way each time, and that is going to be confusing when they get up to speed. Well, there you go. So the safety crew gets to do a little waiting today as they try to get them off of the track. So they may want to do a little tune-up there, I'm thinking, just a bit. But if you noticed, I mentioned that all the steering in the jet, and when the engine died, they just, whatever direction, that's the direction they're going to continue to go. A lot of different things going into the tune-up of these boats so that they can get the most speed and the most handling possible. And it's everything from where the seats are located. If you have a heavy driver and a light navigator, the driver seat will be more towards the center of the boat. Even the placement of the engine will change the balance of the boat. The azimuth of the jet in the back of it, whether it tilts down a little bit or up a little bit, completely affects the handling. So a lot of different things go into getting one of these boats. Literally, the whole boat itself is tuned to be able to get the most speed and the best handling possible. Safety also a big factor. The chrome moly roll bars, each one of the driver and the navigator wearing a fire suit, NASCAR type straps, some wearing Hans devices, of course helmets. So I believe we're watching TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsderger. So you'll see boat 208 being tag teamed, and what that means is this is a modified boat, and nicely done. Nicely done on that. Nice skid mark. So the safety crew will get them back in the water. Anyway, you will hear about boats being tag teamed, and that means you will see, like for instance, this boat, 208. There's 208A and 208B. Same boat, but different driver and different navigator. So this boat will come out twice in the modified class, each qualifying run. The first time it comes out, actually, when official racing begins, it'll be Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. And then the second time around, TJ and Keith, and I believe it's TJ and Keith that are in there right now. So that happens on a fairly frequent basis where you get the tag teaming. You'll see it again in the 400 group with boat 146. There's 146A and 146B. 146B is our all-female team of Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Nicole actually from Port Angeles, where she's a bartender. And then you'll see it again with Eric Werner and Tina. That was a licensing run by Bert Roberts. That is an unlimited class boat. Twin turbos on that bad boy. Bert, at one point, was racing at the age of 15 in sprint boats. Did it for about 6 years early on, and then took a hiatus of quite a few years. Another licensing run. This is boat 68. Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. They are from New Zealand as well, and they are an A400 class boat. And man, this 400 class boat really scoots. That was not a clean run, but an attempt at a clean run. And that boat is going to scoot. The 400 class, by the way, this year has been very competitive. In the last race, which was just the weekend before Labor Day weekend, the difference between first, second, and third in the 400 class between the boats, 0.07 of a second. Between first and second, 0.02 of a second. So the 400 class in particular, because of its restrictions and what they can actually do to the engines, is generally very, very competitive. And this year in particular, it has been insanely competitive. So we're going to see some definite good racing in the 400s and looking forward to it. I believe we're going to have two of the 400 class boats that are going to be coming out here in a second.
When they can do that, that shows their ability. They can power through when they're doing something like that. No, it's what they call a licensing run. They've never been to this track or never been in that class. Oh, so they get to go out.
And this is boat 44, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. This is a new boat for Dan Hatch. He actually will run two completely different boats in the 400s. Just literally got this put together about 2 days ago. And this is its first time on the water. Yeah, let's do it, Cookie. See, that's just showing off. Boy, that scoots. That boat scoots. So he obviously has a little bit of getting used to in this boat. You know, one of the things you have to consider about this, that one of these rotations in terms of length may only be about 45 seconds. And so if you think about that, 45 seconds and you run 4 times, you only have about 3 minutes of total practice time in that boat. If you take them out on a river, take them out on a lake, and you hit a wake in these things, they will sink. So very little practice time for these folks. And so to get the boat tuned up, to get, figure out what they need to do to it to get it to handle the best, it may take 2, 3, 4 races in an entire season to get the boat dialed in and for the driver to become comfortable with the boat. That's one of the things that most people, when they get into this sport, surprises them. They're like, my God, I've done 4 races and I've only really been in the seat about 8 minutes. So it can take a while, and obviously he's getting pushed off. So something happened there where he trashed the engine, or it killed it. He killed it. That's the other thing too, is that these boats, one of the things that everybody takes into consideration is weight. How heavy is it? Where can they lose weight? So a lot of times these boats actually have an undersized battery in it that will maybe only give them 1 or 2 starts. So what will happen is they'll start the boat, they'll make the run, they'll come out, they'll get on the trailer, and they automatically start recharging that particular battery. It will go on a charger. So that may be a situation where he's got a really small battery in the back of that. It's only good for a couple of cranks. And as a result, if it dies out there in the middle of the track, it ends up getting pushed off.
So as usual, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Launch cam kind of seems to cut out whenever it wants. We've got some weird echo on my mic for some reason. Not sure what's going on there, but this is live broadcasting. So we're doing our best here, folks.
By the way, Tacoma Propeller is your local one-stop shop for your boat prop and shafting needs. They stock thousands of props and can ship out the same day. They do boat shafting. They stock wheels up to 60 inches in diameter, and they have a full machine shop as well as a repair shop. You can contact them for details. Also, a big thank you to all the volunteers. You wouldn't believe how many volunteers we have out here making it possible. Give it up for the volunteers. A little round of applause for all of the volunteers making this possible. And if you see somebody in a staff shirt, make sure that you go, hey, thank you. So are they bringing out the T-shirt launcher yet? At one point or another during the course of today's racing, our safety crew will probably be launching some T-shirts, as usual. This year, OSP Sling is celebrating 50 years of manufacturing, selling slings to companies around the world. They're happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, for the return of ESP and Sprint Boat Racing. By the way, if you're looking for an adult beverage, head on down to the Beer Garden. The Beer Barrel has everything you could want in adult beverages: Coors Light, Rainier, Silver City's Tropic Haze, Lagunitas, all on tap, wine and White Claws too. And by the way, alcohol is not allowed within the Sprint Boat fenced area. So if you're going to be enjoying your adult beverages, stay in the designated areas. So just a reminder to you. And by the way, if you are going to be enjoying your adult beverages, make sure you don't get on the road after racing today. This is boat 21, Larry and Sammy Steele. This is Loco 21. Their first race in this boat, it's a 400 class boat. Their first race was just a couple of weeks ago. You know, one of the things, if you watch the water on this track, you're going to notice some wakes. And when these boats get up to speed, they're going to be going through their own wakes, which is for some of the boats, they'll be able to handle it. Others, it will definitely cause them to jump. And that would have been a clean run if it were not for the fact that it was just a licensing run. So he gets the clean run. All right. We're getting ready for real racing now. Modifieds are getting lined up. The order that they will be coming out for the first three boats will be boat 208A. Part of the Jolly Rogers racing team with Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. The last race in St. John a couple of weeks ago. Dustin got to take a stand there and won that particular race. As I said, Dustin taking his very first place ever at the race in St. John, Washington, and won it by only 0.07 of a second. So he's definitely one to watch today. Another boat to watch is boat 623 in the modifieds. Clint Burch and Terry Lovell. They're in boat 623. You'll see the bright red boat out here. On the day in the last race, he had the fastest times in the qualifiers and ended up having the fastest boat in the class all day long and gets into the qualifiers, the elimination rounds. He's in the eliminations, cuts wide on a corner, sucks up some sod, and ends up missing the forecut by a half a second. All right, our first boat out. This is boat 208A with Dustin Springer. Charging hard. And gets the DNF right off the bat. All right, so he picks up the quick DNF. Our next boat out will be boat 40. Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley. They're part of the Pelican Racing team. Dylan, the son, Dan, the father. Dan will be out in the 400 class. And they will be followed by boat 03A with Eric Petring and Selden Glebe. So we're waiting for them to get it started as everyone kind of fidgety, particularly in the first qualifier. Everybody kind of trying to get their mojo down. So far, we haven't seen boat 40 fire up yet. I've got a good vantage point over here, and it doesn't look, they could be on the 5-minute clock at this point. And if they do go on the 5-minute clock, the next boat we would see out would be boat 03A, which is going to be tag team today, with Eric Petring and Selden Glebe. Selden owns the boat. He is a first-year racer. Eric Petring has raced for several years, and Eric, a pretty darn good driver. The only problem is he's been dealing with just mechanical issues after mechanical issues over the years with the different boats that he's had. So they'll be tag teaming the boat. All right, it looks like they were able to get number 40 fired up. And we'll wait to see if and when they bring it off the trailer. So up next will be boat 03A. So boat 03A. So Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley in boat 40 on the 5-minute clock, with Eric Petring and Selden Glebe coming out here. In boat 03A. Catching some of the bounce. And it's good. Unofficially a 56.63. So we'll wait to get an official time on it. 56.63 unofficially. Okay, 56.63 was the official time. And oh, he got a two-hopper. He got the two-hopper on that one. Yeah! Fist pumping on the two-hopper, yeah! That's Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley. So they get a little bit of a tow there. And an up-close and personal view with the folks sitting over here on this end of the course. So they get pulled back into the water. So they get the DNF on that. That is an official DNF. Coming up, Jay Correa and Corey White in boat 71A. So our first official wreck of the day. The others were unofficial wrecks. They'll try to get it started. And they do. Well, they did. By the way, a lot of events are going to be coming up here at the Extreme Sports Park after this particular race. We'll be talking about that a little bit. Well, actually, right now. You know, they had, as last year's quarantine happened, of course, they are going to be doing the free trick-or-treat event that they did last year. And they're also adding a 3-day festival prior to Halloween. It's Fall Fest at ESP, and they've got a great schedule of events and activities for that. You can follow ESP on Facebook, the Extreme Sports Park, and also Instagram, and you can be a part of the event. Just reach out to them. Also, Top Chocks Beef Jerky is a major sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park, and they make the most tasty and tender jerky ever, available in a variety of flavors. We want to thank them for being a major supporter. It is Top Chop Jerky. Boat 71A on the way out, Jay Correa, Corey White. They're from the Salem, Oregon area. This boat, I've seen it before, has a lot of bounce. So we'll see how they're able to handle it going through their own wake. And they get the quick DNF. And they don't know that they have the DNF. Notice the bounce, man. That thing just hops. So they figured it out, bring it out. That boat hops so hard, which comes down to talking about tuning the boat, the balance of the boat, where the engine is in the back of it, looking for weight distribution and the like, can cause that. Sometimes it's an issue in the actual hull of the boat. A variety of things can cause that to happen, so he picks up the DNF. Our next boat out is going to be boat 666. It's Jeremy Souza and Jesse Law. This is their first season racing. And the name of the boat is Way She Goes, part of the Dark Horse Racing team, and you can get some of their swag down there right by the entrance to the pits. As a way to support them, it is his rookie year racing. And hoping to make some sort of good showing. And you will not meet a more exuberant driver than Jesse. And he picks up the quick DNF. So he picks up a DNF. So, of the first 5 boats, 4 of them DNFs. 3 of them, they just got lost. 1 of them because of a wreck. The only clean time we put down so far in this qualifier 1 of the modifieds is Eric Petring and Selden Glebe in boat 03A. Larry Steele, Sammy Steele, boat 199 on the way. The name of the boat is Guano Loco, and if you get your Spanish to English dictionary out, you'll find what that translation means. It has something to do with bats. So 199 coming out. Larry the driver. Sammy the navigator. They've been doing this for a couple of years. Okay, so Sammy apparently is driving this boat. We thought it was Larry. Apparently it's Sammy. And that would be Larry's daughter. And if you notice the navigator giving the hand signals there, letting them know which way to go. The navigator does a couple of things, not only a backup for the driver and where they're supposed to go and where they're supposed to turn. They also keep an eye of all the dials and gauges, oil pressure, engine temperature, and a variety of other things. And they get the clean run. .160 with boat 208B coming up. So again, Sammy, the driver in the boat, and she did it pretty well. Her first actual race as a driver was about 2 weeks ago, and definitely had her issues, but she got the clean time. All right, this is boat 208B with TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsderger. DNF. And was so close. So TJ picks up a DNF. All right. Our next boat out should be boat 623, Clint Burch and Terry Lovell. And this modified boat is a rocket. In the last two races, this boat would have been able to not necessarily beat, but compete in the unlimited class in terms of times. Had a first place win here in the last race in Port Angeles. Picks up the DNF. Man, this boat screams. Wow. I mean, unfortunately, it was a DNF, but he was hauling butt. So the DNF, unfortunately, in a hot run for Clint Burch. So another DNF. We've only had 2 clean runs so far, with 2 boats left to go. Like I said, that boat hauls. That particular boat that we just watched, boat 623, Clint Burch is a fabricator and makes a lot of carbon fiber. He produces different things, carbon fiber, custom carbon fiber, Kevlar, and a lot of that boat, the hull obviously has to be metal, but a lot of things in that boat are either carbon fiber or Kevlar mixtures. The seats, for instance, and he figured at one point that all the changes that he made changing to carbon fiber, he lost several hundred pounds on that boat. Very light. All right, so we saw boat 03B come out earlier with Eric Petring, the experienced driver, Selden Glebe, the inexperienced driver, the noob in the driver's seat. And I will give Selden a little bit of a kudo here compared to his previous races. While not terribly fast, he definitely has better control of the boat. Before, he was letting off in the corners, and while he's not standing on it by any stretch of the imagination, he is not. Oh, gets the DNF. He could have had the clean run, gets the DNF. Previously, he had been letting off in the corners and wrecking consistently. At least he stayed on the throttle this time. So definitely improvement for him, even with the DNF. And rounding out the modified class, our last boat out in the class before we get into the 400s, is boat 154. Jeff Purcell and Roberta Bob Anderson in boat 154, Purcell Racing. Notice the way the back end on this boat kind of slides through the corners. It's got a lot of drift. Some of the other boats much, much tighter in the way that they handle. This one kind of slides through the corners and into them. And he gets it done. So a clean run. 67.47 the official time. So only 3 boats of the class actually getting it done. Now the 400s. Our 400 class has some really tight competition. In particular, boat 47, which will be the first one out in the class. Darren and Ashley Swindoll, a father-daughter team out of Washington here. They have won every race so far this season, including our last race here at the Extreme Sports Park. Boat 5, Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson took 3rd in our previous race. We'll see them out here in a little bit. Eric Werner, Tina Huff in 146A, 2nd in our previous race. And definitely in it, boat 156, which is Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman. Lisa's out of Ontario, Oregon. Stephen out of Cheshire, Oregon, which is by Eugene, but they don't like to have that mentioned because it is Eugene. And then also in it, boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. So some good racing here in the 400 class. I have never seen Rudy Schuler run in boat 68, but it was definitely a fast boat. And our first boat out is boat 146B. This is Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. And they get the DNF. Nicole and Tina make up our only all-female team. And they picked up the quick DNF. And they're out. Nicole is from Port Angeles, here local. She's a bartender. She has been involved in sprint boat racing for probably at least 10 years. Spent quite a bit of time navigating for a number of different drivers, starting with her dad, Wayne. And has navigated for a number of different drivers. And then this year, as a part of the Jolly Rogers racing team, all of their boats, by the way, in the Toyota blue color with the Jolly Roger logo on the front. This year, she started actually as a driver, tag teaming this particular boat with Eric Werner. Normally, Eric Werner, as a driver and owner of the Jolly Rogers team, has started off racing in the modifieds, had a championship under his belt, and then had moved into the unlimited class. This is his first 400 boat. They just literally got this boat running before the previous race a couple of weeks ago. And not exactly sure what the issue they have there. A lot of times when the engines die, they're really some very minor issues. Could be ignition wiring, and is generally a quick fix. So they'll try to get that boat back in the water. Hopefully they'll be able to get it started and get it off the course. Boat 47 in the water right now. Well, actually still on the trailer, but backed into the water. So we'll see boat 47 and then boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. Again, a big thank you to Paul and his wife Bonnie. They're providing the live stream of today's events and the video recordings of it. Jeff Hallstad is our official photographer. You'll see a lot of his photographs on Facebook. He does absolutely a great job at what he does, as does Paul and Bonnie. And yep, looks like that they're going to get the push off. So no start in that boat, and a little bit of a delay for that. Had a chance to talk to Nicole yesterday at the Show and Shine, asking her about racing. We talked a little bit, and this is what she had to say. Well, have you got the hang of it yet, Nicole?
I think I'm getting the hang of it now. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable, not near as nervous. Definitely ready to push it a little harder this time.
So, how did you feel about the last race?
I felt really good. I set a goal that I just wanted to increase my speed each time, and we did get a better time each run. Wasn't quite enough to make the 8 cut, so I'm hoping to push it a little harder this time, but it was definitely feeling good, get my confidence down.
So, longtime navigator, driving now this season. What's been the hardest thing to get the hang?
I think just establishing my confidence to know that I can push it harder and be able to like negotiate corners the way I want to. Like I want to get a solid apex down. I want to make sure all my corners are smooth. And then finally, once I get that settled, then be able to like give it throttle through the corners more.
You have no idea how many people are going, she said apex. She's so awesome.
That was one thing that Eric has taught me and has instilled in my brain, and it has been so unbelievably helpful and has made the world of difference.
Absolutely. This is your home track.
Yes, and I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to race here. I love this track. I love like the nice wide corners and stuff like that, and I feel very confident here, and I love that my friends and family can come watch me, so it's very exciting.
All right, last race of the season, your prediction?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. I'm just hoping to be able to, my goal is to make the 4 cut at least. It's honestly, the last race was so close and all the times were so close, and I think that at this point it's anybody's game.
So. Safety crew launching the t-shirts with their giant slingshot, and it's a scrum. Give it up for our safety crew. The Island Hoppers, providing free swag. Speaking of swag, if you want to pick up some great race gear down in the area there going into the pits, you're going to find a variety of drivers down there. Live Wire out of Squim has all their gear. sweatshirts, T-shirts, and the like. If you want to pick up some swag from one of our local teams, that would be the place to do it. Of course, Fear Not is down there. We saw them in the modifieds a little bit ago.
Thanks for the kind words, Jason, on the Facebook chat.
Horse racing is well represented down in the pits. Jolly Rogers and more. Just go on down there and pick up some of the gear. Helps keep them in the water and helps them do what needs to be done on the boats. That's one thing about these boats. They're not particularly cheap to keep running and to modify so that they're competitive. So by picking up a T-shirt, or at Fear Not, you can grab some sunglasses over there. They have their trademark patented red sunglasses. All sorts of cool gear down there by the entrance to the pits. By the way, if you are going to go down in the pits, if you do have a pit pass, remember there is no smoking in the pits, and if you're taking your kids in there with you, keep them close by. A lot of activity going down in the pits on race day, lots of stuff moving around. Just make sure that you keep an eye on them. No pets, no smoking, otherwise in the pits. And still waiting to get our last boat out of the water so that we can get our next boat in, which is going to be boat 47, which is a part of Bandit Team Racing. Normally, two brothers, two different boats in the 400 class, Darren Swindoll and his brother Brian Swindoll. Darren in the gold boat, Brian in the black. Brian, unfortunately, unable to make it to the races this year because of work. And so Darren is upholding the family honor and has done it very well this year with 3 straight first-place finishes. Hoping to put 4 in the books with this race, but lots of competition here in the 400 class, and he's on his way out. He has the green flag, and he's off. Darren generally starts off fairly easy in the first run just so he can figure out the course, figure out the lines he wants to take. He gets it done. .54.21. So that's the fastest run on the course today in terms of clean runs, and only one of 4 clean runs. Clean run basically means they made it through the course on the proper path through the rotation. Again, if you're just coming out here and didn't have a chance to hear the explanation at the beginning, if you look at the map of the track that you have in your program, at the very bottom you will see rotation number 3. Each one of the channels here has a number that's assigned to it, and if you go through that rotation you get an idea of the path that each boat is supposed to follow. If they take a wrong turn, they go a different way. They receive a DNF, a did not finish. So all the drivers have to follow the same course around the track. With boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe, part of Pelican Team Racing. You'll see Dan coming up a little bit later in the 400 class in a completely different boat. And here we go. And Dan coming out hard in this run. And it's good. 56.89. $56.891. So a good run for Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. I was talking about how the boats are set up. Dan is built like a linebacker, and his navigator, Wendy, is, well, kind of built like a leprechaun. And so as a result, because of the weight differential, Dan's seat is almost in the center of the cockpit, wedged up against Wendy just to keep the boat balanced. And Livewire now coming out of Sequim, Washington. Von Trapp and Matt Denson. And the early DNF, and that's just not the way you want to start. It's, you know. But it's nice to know that somebody's become acquainted with that island. So Vaughn is fairly new as a driver. Now this boat, if you've been to races in the past here, you've seen this boat. But not with Vaughn potentially as the driver. Vaughn with long-time crew chief. It was originally owned by Paul Garr out of Sequim, who decided that he was going to do something else, and so Vaughn's stepping up to purchase this boat, Livewire. And he's just learning the ropes. And unfortunately, this rope took him to the middle of an island. And so they'll pull him back in as he picks up the DNF with boat number 5 in the batter's cage, which will be Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson. Kelly, originally from New Zealand. Clackamas, Oregon.
Yeah, folks, we don't have a launch cam or a clock cam today due to the extra chance of rain. It's supposed to be coming in later. We tried to keep our cameras out there in the weather to a limited amount and try not to expose them all to the rain. But something we may bring back.
Because of all the issues that he's had with Black Magic so far this year. So Vaughn finally manages to get it started. He'll get it off the course, get it on the trailer, and you're going to see a very fast boat that is coming out here. Not sure how hard that Kelly is going to be pushing Black Magic when he gets into the water. But he took a third in our previous race a couple of weeks ago. Did really well after having a variety of engine problems, computer problems, and the like. He has a complete computer diagnostic system that is hooked up to Black Magic. And it's probably the most technologically advanced of the 400 boats out here in terms of the tech that he has in it. Now, of course, you can't have, in the 400 class, you can't have fuel injection. It's normally carbureted, but there's a number of different electrical systems that he has hooked up to it, mostly diagnostic.
I mean, this first qualifier always takes a long time. Then after that, they try the shot.
And he's getting it warmed up. Tracy, she is his navigator. So he's off the trailer and ready to go. Kelly used to race sailboats, and the name Black Magic came from a sailboat that raced in the America's Cup that he crewed on. So in its honor, he named this boat Black Magic. And he has the green flag. He's off! And he gets the quick DNF. Wow. That boat hooks up. That boat, really easy to oversteer. That thing hooks hard in the corners. That's a tight handling boat. And that's kind of a sweet spot too, is how the boats handle. You have a boat that handles as tightly as that one does. The problem is oversteering, as opposed to some of the boats that are a little bit looser. So that thing hooks up well in the corners. But he picks up the DNF. With boat 156, Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman in the Bad Influence boat. Normally Stephen's wife is his navigator. This season, it is Lisa Bowman. Lisa's husband, a longtime safety crew chief. And so Bad Influence, 156. Stephen Church, Lisa Bowman. Last time we were here, this is the boat that sank. If you were here for that race, you saw it sink over there in the spin-out pool. And he's off. Wow, this is a good run. Nicely done, and it's good. (53.191) is the time. A 53.191, and that is the fastest run on the course today. So a great opening run for the Bad Influence team in 156. With boat 39, Mike Hist and Scarlett Taylor on the way. Now, we saw this boat out here earlier in the licensing runs, and they had a little bit of difficulty keeping it running. See how they are able to keep it going in this go-around. I've been saying Mike Hist. It's Mike Hilt. Alpentina, Alaska. And he picks up the DNF. So he picked up, unfortunately, the DNF on that. With 21 Loco warming up. Boat 21 on the way, part of the Loco team racing. So Sammy, the driver, in their modified class boat. Larry, Dad Larry, the driver here in the 400 class in boat 21. On his way to getting it done. And it's good. .456. So Larry gets it good with 146A. Eric Werner, Tina Huff. Coming up next, 146A. Eric Werner having a great race a couple of weeks ago. Second in the class. And right now, the boat so far, and we've still got 3 qualifying runs to go. Boat 156 setting the bar with a 53.191. Eric Werner, a former Navy navigator, now a commercial pilot for Alaska Airlines. Wow, that sounds ugly. 79.50 the time. With boat 68, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson up and ready to roll. They are from New Zealand. This boat is called the Steamin' Kiwi. They're from Whakatane, New Zealand. He's a contractor. His navigator, Dave, is from Post Falls, Idaho. He was actually the 1999 New Zealand Firestone Light Champion. Man, this boat handles nice. Little bounce in the corners. And it's good. 56.244. Nice clean run for him. Like I said, the boat has a tendency, particularly when he's hitting those wakes in the corner, to bounce. But it hooks up nicely in the corners. Looking forward to seeing him get deeper into the throttle as we get further into the qualifiers. And one final boat on the way. Is boat 44. Now this is Dan Hatch again and Wendy Manthe. We saw them out here in boat 42. So he's actually running two separate boats in the 400 class. And when he was out here last time, he wrecked. So that's, you know, one of those things that's going to be interesting to watch, because none of these boats handle the same. They all have their own idiosyncrasies. And getting used to a new boat, hopping into the boat that he's been running for the last few seasons. So literally getting used to the new boat. He backs into the parking spot. That was the same place where he, I think, wiped out in his licensing run for this boat. Yeah, he hits those corners hard in that boat, and it just breaks loose. So they got to push back into the water, and we'll get the unlimited class. The big boys coming up with boat 35, Chris and Katie Monroe. They also originally from New Zealand, living now in the United States. And their business is making and selling what they call New Zealand meat pies, which, if you haven't tried one, they are really tasty. So the tow skidoo coming out to try and help them out, and they'll make it out on their own power with the unlimited class boats coming up. Chris and Katie, a husband and wife team, successful racers south of the equator, winning a couple of championships down there. He was the World Championship winner in 01, 2, and 3 with a pro-charged 427 Rodeck power plant. I call him Kiwi Silver. A DNF. So DNF for the Kiwis. Well, our first one of the unlimited class gets the DNF with Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman in boat 4 on the way. In their 70s black light poster motif boat on the way in a second. And yikes, almost. So over here in the start channel is Chris trying to bring the boat out, almost rear-ended Dean Lautenschlager, who's still on the trailer. As he kind of caught a bad drift and almost rear-ended Dean Lautenschlager. And Dean Lautenschlager in the water. And you will notice why I say 70s black light poster motif boat. The only thing missing really is Elvis. Dean the Machine. He started racing back in 1996. He was first in the World Series 400 class back in 01, second in 2002, stopped racing in 2007, started back up in 2017. and gets the DNF right off the bat. You can hear the turbos whistling in that boat. I don't know what path he's on here. And he gets the DNF a long time ago. Like 2 turns in. Now our next boat out is another guy that had raced for a number of years, for about 6 years, starting when he was 15, and then stopped for almost 20 years, and is back doing it again in a boat that took second in the unlimited class with really stiff competition 2 weeks ago. And it's Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. And the Stars and Stripes boat is indeed a rocket. And he is on his way out. We'll see how deep he gets into the pedal on his first one out. And an immediate DNF. So there's 4 boats in the unlimited class, and the first 3 all DNF, literally right at the beginning. And he knows it and brings it out. Four boats running in the unlimited class, and the last boat out, boat number 10 from right here in Port Angeles, Dan Morrison. This track was his dream. He dug it. Got the property for it, went through the bureaucratic fist fight to open it, he and his wife Kelly, and he will round it out in the class in boat number 10, the Wicked Superboat. And even though this is his track, Dan admitted yesterday, he goes, yeah, this rotation, he's like, I'm not sure. And a DNF. Like I said yesterday, talking to him, he was like, yeah, I'm not sure about this rotation. So, everybody in the Unlimiteds DNF'd. And that'll get us back into the modifieds with Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown in boat 2OA warming up right now on the launch. So going quickly, just taking a quick scan down on the folks that managed to get a clean run in the fastest boat. All of the fastest, the two fastest, three fastest boats in the class have all been in the 400s in the clean runs. That would be, of course, the fastest run so far today was Steve Church and Lisa Bowman in 156 with a 53.1. Then Darren and Ashley Swindoll in 47 with a 54.21. And Rudy Schuler and David Thompson about 68 with a 56.2. So definitely a rough go so far. Lots of DNFs, and hopefully everybody's got them out of the way now as we get ready to go into our second qualifier. Green Crow Timber. Their core business is, timber. Who'd have thunk? They've got expertise in just about every aspect of the timber industry. They're involved in production, investment, management, marketing. They also do gravel mining and sales, maximizing returns to the land and forest while being environmentally sensitive stewards of the land. Racing also brought to you by Red's Sheds. Whether you need storage, a garden shed, a carport, a tiny home, or a barn, they've got them. You can see them on 101 between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. They've got you covered. Also, a big thank you to our friends at Seven Cedars. They've got a brand new hotel with great rooms, traditional warmth and hospitality throughout the hotel, and of course, they are taking special care with the safe COVID practices. They've got an award-winning golf course and the hottest casino games around. Lots of package deals. Book your rooms now at sevencedars.com and enjoy the casino in Sequim.
Thank you all for joining us for today's live stream here on Facebook and YouTube. If you can, subscribe to our YouTube channel and like, comment, and share on Facebook so that we can get all your friends watching too. That'd be awesome. Thank you for tuning in today for the final day of racing of 2021 here at the Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles.
Comes out very aggressive. Nice lines and turns. And it's good. .603. That is the fastest run so far today. Dustin absolutely turning it on. A great run. His first run, of course, he picked up the DNF, and he just came out charging hard. On the way, boat 40, Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley, part of the Pelican team. Definitely Dustin getting his lines down. That's one thing about this particular track with some of the wide corners. It gives the drivers leeway into their point of attack, where they can winnow away hundredths or thousandths of a second. So Dylan Hatch, boat 40. It's good. .956. So after a island jump on his last run, he puts down the 63.956. 2 clean runs in a row with Eric Petring and Selden Glebe in boat 03A on the way. They had the fastest run in the class in their first qualifier, and one of the few to actually put down a clean run with a 56.63. Petring, the driver this go around. Eric pretty much just flat-footing it. And a DNF. So a happy birthday going out to Cheyenne Strevey. It is her 19th today. Way to go, Cheyenne. Congratulations, you made it to 19. And the DNF on boat 03A, Eric Petring and Selden Glebe. With boat 71A, Jay Correa and Corey White coming up. Jay just recently married. Had a DNF in his first go-around. In the racing green bow tie boat. And he's on his way out. Lots of bounce. And he got it good. $50 or 66.544. So it's looking like, for the most part, that after that first qualifier, people kind of getting dialed in on this particular rotation. Again, boat 71A with a 66.544. And boat 666 getting ready to go, hopefully. Not hearing the sound of engines at this point. By the way, we want to thank Lower Elwha Food and Fuel. They were the site of the show and shine last night. If you had a chance to meet us out there and meet some of the drivers, they've got the greatest possible service and the best prices in the Olympic Peninsula, with regular customers all the way from the west end to east of Sequim. They know how to best serve you. Neighbors in the community, you can count on them to be your final destination at the gateway of the Olympic National Park. Also, visit Penprint for all of your graphic and printing needs, located in downtown Port Angeles. Heather and George, a large part of the community, and they've supported Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park from pretty much the very beginning. Thank you, Penprint, for all the work that you do. ASB Racing. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, also a supporter of the Extreme Sports Park. For all of your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. Frank. Now, one of the racing teams out here, of course, the Wicked Sports Park, is Wicked Team Racing, and their swag is located up on the kind of the top of the hill over here, up in the upper vendor area. And the Extreme Sports Park is the home track of Wicked Racing, so you can get your gear over there. Everything from onesies to hoodies, you're going to be able to find it over there. In case you're wondering, we do have 2 ATMs. One's located near their beer garden, convenient for your beer swilling, and the other is located in the South Ticket Booth area. Just look for the ATM banners. And also a big thank you to the VIPs sitting up on the top berm. You can be a VIP too. Just ask one of the volunteers how that happens. All right, next out, 666. And the DNF. missed the island, yes. That looked like it was going to be a touch. All right, he tagged it. He tagged the bank. Congratulations for that. I guess if you got to take away something from it, you know. We'll see if he can get it started once he gets turned towards the spin out pool.
Thank you. A little colder up here than I planned. You're a lifesaver, Kevin. Thank you. I don't know why you were doing so great, and then all of a sudden it was really pausing. Started pausing.
So Jeremy is going to get the push out. Had a chance to talk to him yesterday at the Show and Shine. This is Jeremy. All right, last race of your first season. What do you think?
I'm in love with sprint boat racing. Yeah, that's for sure.
Did you think it was going to be like that? And of course, the safety crew, they're going to be launching stuff again. So looks like they're getting finally 666 towed off. And all of the officials got to do the 100-yard dash towards the porta-johns. So thank you to the safety crew for supplying the swag. Our safety crew making sure that we follow the American way, world domination through free stuff. So the Dark Horse boat that we just saw out here, back on the trailer.
Thank you for tuning into our live stream today.
199. Sammy Steele, she will be driving. Her father Larry will be navigating in boat 199. Coming up. They're still on the trailer at this point. Now off the trailer, so they'll be making their way out. Now that we've got everything nice and clear, so for our safety crew members, heads up, they're on their way. In their last run, Sammy was able to put down a 77.160. Oh, hanging in wides, hangs on to it. Yeah. She did it. .572, so she shaved off a full 5 seconds from her first run. Driving definitely a little more confidently. Kept a handle on it, even though she took a good clip on that bank. And brings it in, a new driver, and obviously getting more confident with boat 208B on the way. TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsderger. In boat 208B. .208B off the trailer. He gets it done with a 75.355. So 75.355 with boat 623 on the way. Boat 623, the Fear Not boat. Clint Burch, Terry Lovell. Clint was charging really hard in that first qualifier, but pulled the DNF and probably would have had the fastest time on the course so far today had it not been for the DNF. So he's backing in. A masterpiece of carbon fabrication, this boat. Carbon fiber everywhere, steering wheel, seats, valve covers, you name it. Watch! All right, they're checking to make sure that Clint and Terry are okay. That was a hell of a thump. They're getting everybody over there, waiting to see if they're okay. We got the EMTs coming out to check them out. Normally you'll see a hands up from the driver and the navigator. I've yet to see that. I mean, that was a serious hard hit a couple of times on that first bounce, and then of course the impact into the fence over there. Okay, we need the tractor and trailer to come out, please. The tractor and the trailer, if we can get you to come out there. No way they're getting that back in the water, at least right now. Still waiting to get, if we can get a hands up from a safety crew member if they're okay. I think maybe somebody got their bell rung. I know they're trying to get the straps off of the navigator. Again, if safety crew can give us a hands up if everybody's okay. So still waiting to see if anybody's going to come out there. He just came charging hard into that corner and everything just went gunny from there, hanging it wide. So we've got one helmet off, and it looks like it's a Hans device on that helmet. Good. So that was as hard a slamming wreck as probably we've seen out here in a long time, since probably the very first race here, where Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil up. Okay, they're good. Clint's out. Hey, Clint, wave to the crowd. Terry's out. They're good. Give it up for Clint Burch and Terry Lovell. And they're walking off the course. Great. So they get to be chauffeured off the course. So Terry, I guess Terry is walking off. Hey, Terry. Clint's going to be driven off. So that's the way it is. The navigators always get short shrift in all this stuff. Oh, the driver is special. She's getting her steps in today. Wave as you go by, Terry. Clint waving as he goes by. All right, well, good to see that they are out of the boat. Terry taking her jacket off, showing how cool she is. Shakes her head. And it's going to be a little bit as they try to get the boat off the course. Had a chance to talk with Clint yesterday at the Show and Shine. Well, Clint, no doubt, for Team Fear Not, this has been a really interesting season. You took first in this thing here a couple of races ago, and then the last race in St. John. That was yours to lose, and you did.
Yeah, we were doing pretty good. We were running the third fastest boat all day, and doing.
When you say third fastest boat, by the way, he's talking about third fastest boat among all the classes, and he's in the modified.
Yeah, there was, I think, 32 boats, and we were third fastest, even out of the super boats. We're first fastest in our class and the A400s until Darren Swindoll put down a 39.54, I think it was, in the fourth round. But he did a smoking job. Yeah, we were doing pretty good, and then we just hit grass, sucked it a little wide, and sucked up some grass, and that's all she wrote.
And, of course, that was in the elimination rounds, and you could have made it to the next round, and you're only, I can't remember, it was like 3 or 4/10 of a second off. It was a crazy day of racing.
Yeah, we got back to the trailer, and they said, you didn't make it. And I thought, are you serious? It was pretty disappointing. I mean, we were pretty down for a little bit. You know, it took us a while to lick our wounds and recover from that one. So,
well, as the saying goes, that's racing. But one thing that's kind of interesting, you're like, oh, well, this thing isn't going that fast.
Yeah, so we did a bunch of stuff to the motor and the pump and stuff before the race, and we took it out on the pond. And like I said, I was a little bit fearful of it. It was pretty fast, and, you know, thinking, oh, man, it's just all in my head, you know, as far as what we're doing. And then we get out there, and I take it a little easy on the first couple of corners, and then apparently I was going pretty good. But the final outside lap of the track, we were doing wide open, and I'm thinking, is this all this thing's got? So we were hoping for more power, but, you know, like I said, it's fast. It does the job.
Third fastest boat out of all the classes during the day, and he's like, is this all it's got?
Yeah, but you know what I learned was it's all in my head as far as the fear, and part of it it's just in what your right foot puts down. You know, I mean, you don't have to give it all, but it's kind of nice to have if you have it.
Well, Clint, you should know by now it's fear not.
Right? It's just go hard, right? I'm not known for lifting.
And the boat itself, you've done an amazing job on this, and this is pretty much a home brew.
Yeah, it's all home built, and like the last race, the first round out, we split the boat from top to bottom and patched it back together to make it pass the tech inspection, and went back out and won the race. And then we got a great crew. We all patched it back together and came back, and Bart and I tore it down and completely stripped the hull, had it back up on the rotisserie, welded it back together, and repainted, and all back together within a week.
What kind of engine you got in it?
So this is a 360 cubic inch Dart block. So it's a copy of a Chevrolet, but there's nothing Chevrolet left. It's all race, AFR heads. Monty and Ben could tell you more about what's inside, but they just do an amazing job on the engines, and FST carburetors does a great carburetor for it. It's just been a good package all the way around.
How many horsepower?
We're doing about 730 plus.
That'll get up and move, even though you don't think it does.
Well, it does pretty good, but you always want more, right?
Well, Clint.
Looks like the fence was damaged a little bit, so that's what they're doing over there. Maybe it's good now. I'm not sure, but they're walking away. So that wasn't too bad of a delay. That's a good thing.
All right, that is Clint Burch talking about how fast his boat goes and how he wishes he had more. As we can see, thing going fast enough to launch itself pretty much into the fence. And no doubt about it, that post took a beating on that particular crash. Fortunately, he's okay. This goes to show you how resilient these boats are and how heavily that they're built. The hulls, the roll bar, I mean, those seats, the straps, the harnesses and the like to keep them safe. And I noticed they were, when they pulled the helmet off of the navigator, Terry, and we're bringing it to put it in the back of the gator there, that they're wearing Hans devices, which supports their neck in the case of an accident. Some drivers use them, other drivers don't, but I think in that particular crash, it was a good thing that they did have the Hans devices. Safety a number one priority, and our chief of safety was over there examining the fence to make sure that it was going to be okay and resilient as racing continues. But again, safety, first and foremost in everybody's mind. They have a fairly long checklist before the boats ever make it onto the track, where the safety chief goes through each and every boat, checking each and every bolt. Even there's even specifications on the type of bolts and the material that they can be made out of. Those engines are actually chained to the frame, so if the bolts were to break, that engine is not going to come flying out of the back. The drive shaft that goes into the pump, the jet, those have to be shrouded so that if that drive shaft breaks, it doesn't throw shrapnel everywhere. We had an accident, and I believe it was here probably 8 years ago, and that was a rule change, was a shroud on the drive shaft, where the drive shaft shattered and sent a piece of shrapnel actually into the arm of the driver, and instituted the shaft. So, all very important. O3B, Sheldon Glebe, the driver. Well, he hung on to it. Boy, he's all over the place all of a sudden. And it's good. 71.5 71.643. So 71.643 for Selden. And the last boat in the class, and this is the second qualifier. It is Jeff Purcell and Roberta Anderson in boat 154. Jeff works as an auto parts distributor. Roberta, a service manager. Had a variety of problems with their starter in their last race. Everything running smoothly now, and boat 154 has the green flag, and they're off. And the DNF right off the bat. They were supposed to take the right turn and didn't. So they figured it out, they got the DNF, and they bring it out. And that ends the second qualifier for the modifieds, punctuated, of course, by that ugly wreck with boat 623, Clint Burch and Terry Lovell, just a couple of runs ago. And that'll lead us into the 400 class. Again, engine size between 400 and 416 cubic inches. A lot of restrictions in terms of valve stroke types of heads that they can have. It's an international class, which is why they have the strict specifications on these boats. And the first boat out coming up right now is boat 47 in his previous run. Driver Darren and Navigator Ashley put down a 54.21. Normally, he shaves off time in every qualifying run, coming out harder and faster. Smooth run for the most part so far for Team Bandit. And they're coming in hard. It's good. .771. Fastest run on the course today. So knocking off almost 2 seconds from their previous run and laying down a great run. There were a couple of little bobbles there early on. When he flattens it out, he can do it better than 51.771, but still the best run on the course so far today. With boat 146B, our all-female team of Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. They had a DNF in their first go. They have the green flag and they're off. Remember last time it was out, that engine was running really rough. They obviously had time to fix it, and they biff it. So that little chicane that they come through there, obviously she hung it up on it, and I had wondered if we were going to see more wrecks there, and this is really kind of the first one today so far at that point, carrying some pretty good speed coming through there. So they'll put it back in the water, hopefully get it started up. And I don't know if they're going to have to push it out or not as they try to get it started, get her off the course, and open things up for boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. CHS Propane, pleased to be a sponsor of Wicked Racing. They're your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula, locally owned and operated and run by trained and experienced pros dedicated to customer satisfaction for your safety, and they're bringing out the tow skidoo to get them off the course. Bagley Storage is located at 70 North Bagley Creek Road in PA, offering storage and warehousing with rates that'll beat the competition, servicing commercial as well as residential customers. And Herman Brothers, proud to have been serving this community for over 53 years. ESP wants to thank them for their continued support. And Herman Brothers, looking forward to serving you for another 53 years. Also, a big thank you to United Engineering. They are a first-time sponsor here at ESPA. Located in the Port Angeles Wharf, previously the Landing, in the PA waterfront. You're going to find them in Suite 203 on the second floor. You need some engineering? Well, you need to call them. They do everything from septic designs, stormwater management, water system designs, sewer, utility, geotech investigations, site grading, residential structural design. If it has to do with engineering, they do it. Also, Platypus Marine is one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards. They do marine refits, repairs, and construction, providing services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. It's Platypus Marine, Inc., your partners for an exceptional project. Don't forget, if the kids are getting antsy, we do have a kids zone located over near the beer garden for the kids to go play. And there's a donation jar for the hardworking gals that are watching your kids, so be nice to them. Oh, they have face painting. There you go. And a bounce house. So the kids are going to have a blast over there. Like I said, if they're getting antsy, take them over to the kids zone. And again, you can support our racers down on Bender Road near the pits. You can find Livewire, Net Deep, Jolly Roger, Dark Horse Racing, and Fear Not teams have swag available. Make sure you get your Fear Not gear because they're going to need to fix that boat. They've got tees, tank tops, a variety of things down there. So next up in the 400s will be boat 42, which is warming up right now as our previous boat makes it over to the trailer. And a couple of safety crew members helping guide it in need to get back to their points of patrol. So an interesting day of racing so far through almost 1.5 qualifiers so far, with the drivers just trying to figure out the course in a series of Wrecks both big and small.
So it looks like we've got a number of drivers and navigators watching online. I see Sandy Whalen from Australia, Daryl Healy, and Amy Cox. They're just not here this weekend, obviously. So we're back to racing.
Wendy. She's an elf. All right, back to racing. Green flag is up. Track is hot. And he's off. Oh, hang on to it. He's in it. Wow, hang on! Yeah! Go Big Dan! And he does it! $56,547. 56.457. That could have gone wrong so many different times. And he hung on to it. That was a fun run. 3 separate times he was on the edge of biffing and kept it in the water, hung on to it, and threw down a 56.457. And still manages to hack off 0.4 of a second from his previous run. So all over the place, and gets his best run today out of 2 runs. That was great. Boat 202 live wire. Vaughn parked it on an island in his first run. Looking to get a clean run here. Boat 02. And of course the DNF. So 2 DNFs in a row for Vaughn with boat 5. Boat 5 out of Oregon, Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson in the Black Magic boat. They also DNF'd. They did not finish in the first qualifier. Looking to get their first clean run today in the very fast Black Magic boat. Hopefully we're going to see a little bit of wizardry coming up here. And Black Magic on the way to the start channel. Pouring So the DNF, kind of interesting. He was really hanging it out there, at least at the beginning of the run, and then came pretty darn close to clipping an island, and then kind of backed off a little bit. And then I think that got to him, and then it was the wrong turn, and the DNF. Boat 156 in the first qualifier. They had the fastest run on the day, which has since been bested by a couple of boats. One, boat 208A, which is Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown, and then, of course, Darren Swindoll in the class with a 51.77. Okay. 156. Watch out! Oh, that could have been so much worse. Man, he was able to hang on after that first impact, and really that looked like that could have been an out-of-the-water Clint Burch style wipeout, and he kept his composure, mostly keeping it in the water. That could have been so much worse because he was carrying a lot of speed into that. So, good driving for him even after the big clip there. Definitely hanging on to it. Nicely done. And it looks like they're going to have to clear the pump there. We have one of the safety crew members underwater, checking the underneath. So there's an intake on the, if you're not familiar with jet boats that much, there's an intake on the bottom, and it has a grate that is over it to keep it from sucking up rocks and stuff. But when you clip an island like he did, it just shaves grass and turf and everything else off the top of those islands and essentially clogs that intake grate. So the safety crew member under there getting it clear so they can try and get it started. If you can't suck up water, you can't push it out the back and get the thing going. So right now trying to get the thing started, and he does. So off they come. And it's weird to be talking about how well a driver drove through a wreck, but if you wanted a lesson on how to do it, that was a good one. And we just got word that boat 4-4, that is boat 4-4, is out of the race for the day. So Dan Hatch, who had that amazing, almost wrecking 3 times run just a couple of minutes ago, was running 2 separate boats in the 400 class. the 42 boat that you saw him drive, and 44, and they're calling it a day on boat 44. But as I was saying, the way that Stephen handled that accident really kept it from being way worse than it could have been. So definite crisis management, well done on Stephen's part. That was the difference from keeping it upright and into the water as it turned to having it be a roller. So very impressive. So boat 39 on the 5-minute clock at this point. And boat 39 is on the 5-minute clock. If a boat is supposed to come out and they can't get it started, they're having mechanical issues, they've got 5 minutes to take care of it. And if they can't, then they receive a DNS, did not start, for that particular qualifier. So on the 5-minute clock for boat 39, with boat 21, Loco 21, will be on the way out next. The Loco team, one of the newer teams, they've only been around for a couple of years, and in our last race, they finally, for the first time, made it into the elimination rounds, and it was here in the 400 class with Larry as the driver, Larry Steele, and his daughter Sammy. The navigator this time, Sammy driving their modified boat, Guano Loco, and this is Loco 21. Coming out more aggressive this run than their previous. And it's good. 56.433. Actually shaved off 5 seconds from his first run, so definitely a great run for boat 21. Larry behind the wheel, Sammy in the navigator's seat, and a 56.433. So they're definitely doing well. As boat 146A warms up. Eric Werner, Tina Huff. Eric's been racing for a number of years, 10, 11 years. Modifieds in unlimited class, and his last race was the first time he raced in the 400s. This boat was the boat in the 400 class earlier that was just running so rough. And apparently they got the problem solved, at least based on Nicole's run when she came out a little bit earlier here in the Q2. So they're tag teaming this boat. And as I say, it sounded better. Now it doesn't. He just, I think the way that it was running, he just decided, why bother? And back down into the pits, and their crews can be jumping all over that. get the problem solved. 68 up next with our Kiwis, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. And they will round it out in the 400 class. Again, boat 44. The last boat out in the 400 group is out for the rest of the day. And so now Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. It is boat 68. And we have one boat on the 5-minute clock, boat 39, and they have 60 seconds. Otherwise, they get the DNS to get it started. Nice smooth run. And a DNF. He had a great run going and pulls, unfortunately, the DNF. Nice and smooth. And so we get into the unlimiteds. And in the first qualifier in the first qualifier in the unlimiteds, everybody DNF'd. Nobody was able to put down a clean run. Boat 39 gets the DNS. Did not start for that second qualifier in the 400s. They weren't able to get it into the water. Boat 35, Chris and Katie Monroe. Former New Zealanders living now in Idaho. Husband and wife team in the Kiwi Silver boat. And they're off the trailer. All right, next boat on the way. Let's see if one of our unlimiteds can finally get it done. This rotation is somewhat confusing. One of those intersections they go through 4 separate times, which is that intersection. That's number 9 right there. They go through it 4 times. Definitely that boat scoots. Nothing like the smell of methanol in the morning. Ow! Yeah, I don't know. That was a DNF. Oh, too bad. He had a great run going, which brings us to boat number 4, Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. One of these unlimited class boats is finally going to break the ice. Boat number 4 coming out. He has the green flag and he's off. And the immediate DNF. And that would have been really embarrassing to biff on your exit on a DNF run. Stars and Stripes, 96. On the way. Now, as soon as we get Dean Lautenschlager off the course, and we will see Stars and Stripes back in. Boat 96 in the water. Here we go. He does it. 57.196. So finally, somebody broke the ice in the Unlimiteds, and Bert Roberts does it. Now that he can officially say he knows the rotation, it'll be interesting to see if he comes out more aggressive in his next run. And, of course, Wicked Team 10 coming up. Dan Morrison. His normal navigator, his daughter, would be here, except she got married in Canada at the beginning of the pandemic, and she can't get back into the country. So Darren Swindoll's daughter, Ashley, is navigating for him this race. So Boat 10, Wicked Team Racing, Dan Morrison from right here in PA. in Wicked number 10. Fastest run today, 49.512. So finally brings it in under 50 seconds, 49.512. All right, we're back into the modified class, our third qualifier. Boat 208A will be the first out. In terms of times, they are leading the pack today in boat 208A. 52.603 was his best run, which was been in the second qualifier after DNFing in the first. A part of the Jolly Rogers racing team, he had his very first win 2 weeks ago in St. John as a sprint boat racer. So, Dustin. Run! 50.955. 50.955. Second fastest run on the course behind Dan Morrison's run. So he is chewing it up. Right now, he's outrunning the 400 class. Great run for 208A Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. Absolutely ripping it up. With boat 40 on the way, Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley. Their best was a 69.95 in the second qualifier after DNF in the first.
Hey, Robert Cox. Too bad we can't see you here in the only Ford boat, but we'd love to see you back again next year. It's been a tough year for your team.
He's putting it together over the course of the last couple of races, doing a stellar job. Milliken Crane has been in the business for quite a while. 1997, they're a new sponsor to the Extreme Sports Park. I want to thank them for joining us for this amazing sport. Milliken Crane. Hey, Clint. We'll see if we can get one of our racers up here. catching Danny Finley in boat 40. .511, and up in the booth here with a clean change of underwear, it is Clint Burch of the Fear Not boat. We saw him with that horrible wreck. What is everybody's obviously okay?
Yeah, Terry and I are fine. It feels like I got hit in the back, right in the shoulder blades with a baseball bat, but it's going to get better. Boat's pretty well toast. Yeah, we checked the accelerometer and we did 10 G's into the side of the boat and 10.9 up through the seats, and that's what got my back. So,
10 G's.
Yeah, 10.9 up through the bottom of the seats, so that bent the bottom of the boat pretty good. So
I bet. We're going to have you hang on a second here because we've got another boat coming out. I'd like to talk to you a little bit more if you got a sec.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Clint Burch with us up here in the booth after that horrible wreck. Fortunately, he's walking on his own boat. 03A, Eric Petring and Selden Glebe. Oh! Ow. Boy, and they were rattling around in that cage. Let's make sure that they're okay. Came around, hit that corner, and that was a hell of a bounce. If we can get a hands up from the safety crew, are they okay? Apparently the safety crew can't hear us out there. Well, that's got to bring back a bad memory, Clint.
yeah, I could feel that one watching them go.
So waiting for them to get out. All right, we're hearing a round of applause. Eric's out. Hands up. He's good. And Selden's out. All right. Apparently, we're all good. So, Clint, what exactly went wrong on that? I mean, you looked like you came out wide and clipped, and then it was just all downhill from there.
Yeah, I think I kind of clipped that island and then kind of hit that and got a little bit airborne. I was looking at the data logger and it showed that we hit 5 G's previous to the hard hit, so it must have been that island. We'll have to go back and look at the video, but I think that's what I did. I just clipped that island and we spun sideways, got airborne, came down on my side, and that's where the energy impacted that. But we got quite a bit of damage on the boat. It broke a stringer, bent it all up, and broke the drive line, just completely shattered it. It's all contained. We have a Kevlar driveline cover in there. It's pretty well damaged, beat up, but it contained everything, which is what it's supposed to do. One of them, my seat got broke a little bit, but everything did what it's supposed to do. And we walk away from a hard crash like that. It just shows how safe these boats really are. The safety crew and the safety of these boats are just incredible to do this kind of speed and take that kind of an impact and still be able to walk away and say, smile at the end of the day.
Well, definitely that was as one of the uglier accidents that we have seen here. I mean, you even dented that steel post down there on the fence. I mean, you screwed it up too a little bit.
Yeah, Yeah, when we came to a stop, I thought, wow, we got close to the fence, and everybody said, yeah, we hit it. So
Oh yeah, you totally hit it.
that's what stopped us and rolled us back over, I guess.
Now, are you guys using the Hans devices on your helmets?
So it's not that Hans is a brand. We use Next Gen, which is the same kind of thing. They actually hooked our helmets, and the shoulder belts hold that to the body. So when we release the seat belt, everything comes out. We come out with the helmet and the Next Gen, and it's just quick and easy egress out of the boat. And yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're all right. I'm glad Terry is all right, your navigator. That was nasty, but I'm glad you're walking, and hopefully it's just a few bruises and nothing worse than that between the shoulder blades.
Yeah, the biggest thing is Terry's mom's watching on live stream at home, so she was pretty upset over this one. So she's screaming, "I'm gonna be in big trouble now."
Well, Mom, she's okay.
Sorry, Mom.
All right. Well, Clint, I'm glad to see that you're okay. It's too bad you're not going to be out here racing anymore today, but thanks for coming up to the booth, and sorry that you had to end the season that way.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. And I just want to say thanks to all the fans out here. You guys are great. We couldn't do this without all you guys, so thank you very much.
Give it up for Clint Burch. And by the way, you can help fix his boat. He's got merchandise down there by Vendor Row. If you want to make a donation and buy a T-shirt, I'm sure he would appreciate that. I know he would. So we'll try to get boat 03A out of here. All right. Oh, there. Feel free, by the way, to pass him a beer through the fence since he's over there. Actually, they can't do that if he's going to race anymore today, assuming they can get the boat going. You guys over in the beer garden doing okay? You enjoying yourselves? How about up on the VIP booth? You doing okay? Wow, that's lame. You guys, yeah, we're okay. How about everybody else? You having a good time today? All right, well, we've got a lot more racing to come here. Would you right now? So what, did they wreck the Skidoo? Well, this is the first time we've ever had the rescue Skidoo DNF. So they'll walk it out. Wow. Oh. So, with more racing to come here in a minute, a big thank you to Red Carpet Car Wash. You can get the best car wash in the peninsula. Open 7 days a week in Carlsberg next to Big Five Sporting Goods. Lots of eats over there. You're looking for something to eat. The Knights of Columbus have hamburgers with all the fixins, along with drinks and a chip for $10. Sarah's Blue Flame Grill. Oh, Blue Flames. Very nice. The Blue Flame Grill is going to be offering barbecued chicken, pulled pork, and ribs, along with salad and baby red potatoes. AB's Hillbilly Heroes. They've got Heroes, falafels, loaded fries, baklava. They're located over there. They've got a food truck set up in Northwest Sugar Shack. You can swing by there for a cold drink or a treat. They've got Red Bull spritzers, cold brews, root beer floats, ice cream, and cheesecake. Dove's has cotton candy. It's in their name. Dove's Cotton Candy. Fogtown Coffee's over there. If you need a full espresso menu, they've got it. Aloha Smoothies. Crepe Town offering crepes, savory, sweet, and funnel cakes, along with corn dogs. The Off-Road Vixens out here with clothing options up in the food court. And over by the beer garden, Olympus Hot Dogs and Olympic Peninsula Boat Scouts are serving popcorn over there. So if you're looking for something to eat, you've got a variety of different things. Kids Zone over there by the beer garden as well. So part of the reason putting the Kids Zone over by the beer garden is so the kids can be entertained watching the people who've had too much beer. Hey, look at what they're doing. Everybody look. Let's take bets on whether they're able to walk. as they bring 03A. Eric Petering, the driver on that. And again, he hung it wide, and he took a nice chunk off the tip of that island. I've been looking at it from here with the binoculars. And the Skidoo still over there on its side, the Wave Runner. And somebody is saying that a chunk of that island was still attached to the boat. Oh, cool. Do we get to push the Skidoo off too? Well, maybe they can get it started. At this rate, the only thing that's going to be running at the end of the day is a golf cart. Well, you know, if you're looking for a small business, a mobile mechanic shop would be real good here. You just pull up in your cart. Yeah, come on, bring the Skidoo in the back. I'll get that whooped up for you. Oh, I wrecked your boat? Yeah, I'll fix that. And the safety crew definitely getting their workout. You couldn't ask for a nice warmer day to be in the water than right now. Well, Central Welding Supply is proud to be a champion for motorsports in the Pacific Northwest. You can go to Central Welding the next time you need gases, safety products, welding supplies. Central Welding divisions include equipment rental and repair. Visit centralwelding.com to find one of their 25 locations near you. We're proud to welcome them as a sponsor to the Extreme Sports Park. A lot of stuff that is going to be coming up here still. Last year they did the COVID trick-or-treating event where it was kind of drive-through trick-or-treating that drew so many cars and so many kids that it blocked out the traffic up here and caused a visit from local law enforcement to ask, what are you doing and why? Well, they're going to be doing it again this year. So we're just warning law enforcement. We're going to do it again this year. Also, they've got the big fall festival that is going to be coming up here at ESP just the week prior with lots of activities. Follow them on Facebook. All right, our safety crew apparently is reloaded with swag. You going to launch another one? When are you going to hit this side of the track? Hey, really, they're biased against this side of the track. Oh, yeah, shoot it towards the beer garden. This ought to be fun. I'm still looking forward to the day when one of those guys that's standing there holding one of the ends of the gigantic rubber band takes a T-shirt to the back of the head. Hey, got it over there. Oh, dude, bad form. That was the worst catch ever. There was nobody around you. You didn't even have to dive for it. I think that was probably beer garden inspired right there. As he endos down the little slope in front of the benches over there. Nicely done. Obviously not a gymnast. All right, boat 71A warming up. Now that the skidoo is out of the way, the wave runner. So boat 71A, their previous run, they had a 66.544, which was their first clean run. 71A, Jay Correa, the driver, and Corey White, the navigator. And I have no idea why they're calling it 71A, because there's nobody else that's tag team in the boat. Usually the A and B designation means that it's coming out more than once. So we'll just scratch that off. Boat 71. Well, that kind of sucks. So, DNF. Comes out wide on the corner, bounces it, lands it on the bank, as we can see. Is it Miller time? I'm just kidding. Is it Miller time? All right. I'm glad we clarified that. It's Miller time. About time to crack into the cooler here, kids. Hopefully they'll be able to get it started. And we still have almost 2 full qualifiers to go. We're just 4 boats in at this point into the Q3. Waiting to see if they're going to be able to get it started. Hopefully they are. If they don't, bad luck for us. Yes. Let's give it up for quality starters. The wave runner goes up on the trailer. We're going to keep you updated on the progress and the status of the wave runner. That's become an item of importance right now. So the next boat out should have been boat 666, but it is... Boat 666 would be coming out here, but they are out for the day. So, they're done. It's been a rough day in the modifieds with boat 199, Sammy Steele. She is behind the wheel. The daughter-father team now. She cut a nice line through that particular chicane. Girl's got skill. Nicely done. $69.834. And she shaves off another 3 seconds. Her first run was a 77.1, then a 77.5, and now a 69.8. And this is only her second race ever. That's great. She's learning how to be smooth. And a couple of those lines that she put through those corners were absolutely solid. Good for her. All right, boat 208B. TJ Burrows and boat 208B with TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger on the way. Boat 208B. Their best run was a 75.35. Done. $69.701. All right, so a decision was made that once we get done with our third qualifier, we are going to go right into, after a short break by our safety crew members, we are going to go into the elimination rounds. And rounding out the class is boat 154. Had a 67 and change in his first qualifier, a DNF in the second. His last run in the qualifier is coming up right now. And another DNF. And a brings it home. And that'll bring us to the 400s. So again, just to let you know, normally we would do 4 qualifiers with all of the accidents and the like. We will go into the 8 cut after a short break. We'll go into the elimination rounds coming up after the 3rd qualifier, and a short break by our safety crew members so they can grab a bite to eat and try to warm themselves up. Okay, boat 03 is done for the day. All right, we saw the wreck with boat 03 out here earlier on that kind of center island. It is done for the day as well. So definitely this rotation of boat wrecker. And we get into the 400s with boat 47. So far today, this is the boat to beat in the class. Man, he's got it dialed in. Good run. 51,194. So it's another great run, shaving off 0.6 of a second from his previous run. So he's definitely laying down the best times in the class for the day. The next closest to him is a 53.19, and that's boat 156. Boat 146B coming up. That's Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Their last chance to qualify. They had a DNF on a wrong turn in the first qualifier. They wrecked in the second. And if they're going to try to make it into the 8 cut, this is their last chance at it. So it's all or nothing here for Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. And they're bringing it out. Okay, this is boat 42 that is coming out. I'm going to assume then that 146 is on the 5-minute clock. Boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. Their last run, there was about 3 different times that they came very close to just totally gets the DNF. Well, he picks up the DNF, but a much smoother run. A little more in control, even though he picked up the DNF. And 146 on the 5-minute ticker. We'll see if they make it out this particular go-around or whether we go to boat 2, which is live wire. Boat 146 got the engine started. So we'll see if they come out now or whether it's live wire. It looks like 146 probably will come out. Yeah, it looks like they're unhooking the chain, and it is backing in. So 146B with Nicole Brown in the driver's seat. She is on the way. Wide, but hangs on. Looks like she's going to get it done. She gets it done. 61.063. So she has at least put down a qualifying run. Whether she makes it into the 8-cut or not remains to be seen, but she gets it done. 61.063 for boat 146B. Von Trapp and Matt Denson also have had a bad day. They wrecked in their first qualifier, wrong turn in the second. They've got one last chance to qualify on this run. That is boat 02 live wire. Locally from Squim, Von Trapp, Matt Denson, the team. Vaughn the driver, Matt the navigator. Another boat that is fast but is yet to have a qualifying run with a time is boat number 5, which will be up after boat 02 live wire. So there were 3 boats in this class that didn't have a qualifying time. So last chance for Vaughn. Oh, DNF, and he got a twosie. Yeah, he'll keep it in, backs it up. So he's out. So that's the end of the day for live wire racing. We will not be seeing live wire again today. So another boat that has yet to qualify is boat number 5. Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson. Captain Chaos with the Black Magic boat. Looking to see if he can get it done. And boat number 5 on the way. Last chance for Kelly. Does it 54.191. So he pulls it out at the last second. 54.191 with 156 on the way. 156 in the last run had what could have been a much worse wreck. Had it not been for Stephen Church's Panther quick reflexes and fast thinking. We'll call him the Rommel of Rex.
Hello to Jason Christ and Dennis Hughes, also watching online. Wish you were here. You'd be giving them a run for their money, Dennis.
And he's off the trailer. His best run was, well, the only clean run so far, a 53.1.
And you too, Jason.
Regardless, he would, at this point, qualify for the 8 cut based on that 53.191. Essentially the second fastest boat on the course, in the course. Good luck and run so far. And it's good. 51.251. 6/100ths of a second behind Darren Swindoll's last run. All of a sudden, the 400 has way tightened up between boat 47 and boat 156. Great run by Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman in 156. We got ourselves a dogfight. All right, another boat yet to qualify, boat 39. Mike Hilt and Scarlett Taylor. Mike is a bush pilot in Alaska. And this will be his last chance to qualify. A DNF in his first run, didn't start his second. One last chance for him, and it died. Does he have AAA? So in all honesty, I'm not sure about the rules on that. I've never seen that happen. Normally, a driver can wave off a run, but usually the boat is still running when he waves it off, and they're going to walk it out. I don't know if he gets to go on the 5-minute clock or whether that's just a DNS. So throwing a quick audible to race control is, can he, if he can get it started, can he come back and run that third and final qualifier or not? All right, it is a DNS, so he's out for the day. T-shirt launch, and so again, that is the end of the day for Mike Hilt in boat 39. That is a DNS. So he's done. No more running for him today. Larry Steele and Sammy in boat 21 on the way. 56.433, their best in the Q2. Had a 61 in the Q1. So we'll see if Larry's able to bring a little bit more to the field. All right, here we come. Loco 21. Almost missed the corner. It's good. Okay, you. $56.718, the official time for boat 21. 56.782 with 146A sounding really nasty. All right, 146A. Apparently on the clock at 5-minute clock, and that will bring us to boat 68, Rudy Schuler, David Thompson, boat 6-8. Clean run. 55 seconds exactly. 55.000. Nice run. And the best run for Rudy Schuler today in boat 68. I love the way that boat just kind of knifes through the water. Nice setup. And the question is, will we get to see 146A with Eric Werner and Tina Huff? And our last boat having a bit of an issue trying to get on the trailer. A lot of wakes today over in the on the ramp. All right, so looks like 146 is coming off the trailer. This is 146A, third and final run of the, well, depends on how they do in this run, whether they make it into the 8 cut, but their final qualifying run right now. Their previous was a 79.5. Wow, what happened? And see, that's what happens when you start putting Vega engines in these things. Runs good for a second. And that brings us to the Unlimited, where we have 2 boats that have yet to put down a qualifying time. And this is the third and final qualifier to make it into the next round, the eliminations, and that would be boat 35 and boat 4. Both DNF'd in the Q1 and the Q2, so last chance to qualify for Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe, and also Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. And coming up right now, the Kiwis, Chris and Katie Monroe. That boat moves. It's good. Fastest boat on the course today, 48.876. That is the fastest run on the course today. That boat moves. Dan Monroe's last run had been the fastest at a 49.512, so Chris Monroe and his wife Katie in boat 35 saved their best for the Q3. Bringing it with Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman in boat number 4 on the way. They have yet to put down a qualifying run. Here we go. His last chance to put it. It finally gets it done. 54.448. 54.448. And that brings us to boat 96. Bert Roberts, Luke Stewart. They qualified back in the Q2 with a 51.196. At this point, they don't have to go fast to make it into the 8 cut or the eliminations for a simple reason that there's only 4 boats in the class. So boat 96. DNF. No. Don't do that. that's the best looking DNF so far today. I think at this point they're just making it up. Yeah, bring it home. And that was a good looking DNF. If you got a DNF, you might as well look good doing it. He gets style points for that one. With Dan Morrison and Ashley Swindoll on boat 10. They will be out, and then we will do the driver introductions. So drivers, make sure you get out to the island so we can do the driver introductions. Coming up here. One final boat, boat 10, and that will be it for the qualifiers. After we do the driver introductions, there will be a brief break for our safety crew to warm themselves up. And boat 10's off the trailer. Dan's been doing this for a number of years, was champion in the modifieds before moving up to the superboat class, the unlimited class. Yeah, hang on to it. And now they're like, where are we? Where are we? They're done. DNF. All right, so we'll be doing the driver introductions here in just a matter of seconds, as long as the drivers actually get out there. All right, we're going to wait for the drivers to get lined up, and we'll get the cue to do that. It is sprint boat racing here at the Extreme Sports Park. I want to thank everybody for being here. We got more racing to go. Don't forget, we are sponsored by the new Seven Seaters Hotel, completely remodeled in the hotel with all the good stuff you would expect from Seven Seaters, located just up the highway here. I want to thank them for being a great sponsor, whether you're looking for a great golf course, whether you're looking for some casino action, or great food, or just a place to stay. make sure you check out Seven Cedars. Top Chops Beef Jerky, a major sponsor of Extreme Sports Park, and they make the most tasty and tender jerky ever. And they'll prove it. Available in a variety of flavors. There's a favorite for everybody. Thank you to Top Chop for being a major supporter of all the events here at ESP today. Also, a big thank you to Green Crow Timber. Their core business, of course, timber, but they offer expertise in just about every aspect of the industry, whether it's timber production, investment, management, or marketing. They also do gravel mining and sales. They want to maximize returns to the land and the forest and still be environmentally sensitive stewards. So we'll wait for the driver introduction, and if you're going to be making your way over to the pits, remember, keep your kids in tow. Still a lot of activity going on over there as the different race crews working on those boats and doing what they're doing. Of course, you can get some good stuff as you're walking by to the pits. Pick up some of the race swag that is available over there. So we're about 3 minutes away from the driver introductions, according to our race controller. If you're looking for some eats, you're going to be able to find that around the area. The Knights of Columbus got your burgers and all the fixins and a drink for $10. The Blue Flame Grill, they're doing barbecued chicken, pulled pork, ribs, along with salads and roasted baby potatoes. The baby potatoes, they're so tasty, the babies. AB's Hillbilly Heroes, they've got Heroes, falafel, loaded fries, baklava. They got their food truck out here. Northwest Sugar Shack will load you up with sugar. They have Red Bull spritzers, cold brews, root beer floats, ice cream, cheesecake. Dove's Cotton Candy. Gee, do you think they have cotton candy? Well, look, they do. Bags and cones of cotton candy. Fogtown Coffee, still here. They've got a full espresso menu. Aloha Smoothies, fresh fruit smoothies. Crepe Town with a variety of sweet and savory crepes, funnel cakes, and corn dogs. Off-Road Vixens Clothing. Well, they have clothing, which you can eat if you want to in the food court. Olympus Hot Dogs is over by the beer garden with nachos and hot dogs. And Olympic Peninsula's Boat Scouts have popcorn. Lots of racing still to go with the eliminations, the money rounds, where it's go fast or go home. Right after we do the driver introductions, of course, a little bit of a short break there, and then back to more racing. And plenty of it to go with the money rounds and the modifieds, the 400s, and of course the super boats. They're super boats. Super. By the way, we have the, where'd they go? We have the Marines down here, just off the booth here where I'm at, the green booth. Down there as you kind of make your way down and towards the pits. The Marines have their booth set up. They do the Toys for Tots every year, taking donations and the like. So make sure you stop by the Marines booth. Make a donation to the Jarheads. They are here. Okay, are you? Okay, we're going to start with the driver introductions. Your chance to see them and applaud them each in the modifieds. The boat is 208. Part of the Jolly Rogers racing team, and that would be Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. So they'll be kind of over here by the start channel, kind of lining up wherever they're going to be. I don't know where they're going to be. Here they come. And look at them. They're all dressed in black. Oh, okay, they're going to wander out onto the island. All right, so give it up for Nicole and Dustin. They have been laying down the fastest times in the modified class today. Tearing it up as part of the Jolly Rogers team. Boat 40, that is Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley. They're part of the Pelican team. Boat 40, they're coming out, of course, in the blue uniforms. Dylan and Danny. Their best run was a 58.511. In a boat that we will not see anymore today, Boat 03A, Eric Petring and Selden Glebe. Apparently Selden not making it out, but Eric's coming out, I can tell, because what little sunlight there is glistening off of his shaven forehead. You're welcome, Eric. Notice I said shaven so people don't know you've actually naturally lost it. Boat 71, the Nut Deep boat, Jay Correa and Corey White. Yeah, mostly. Give it up for him. He looks lonely. Validate me, people. You need to walk out onto the, where everybody else is standing. Context clues count. Boat 666, another boat we will not be seeing today, unfortunately. Jeremy Sousa and Jess Law. They're in the red boat, and I don't think they're out there. All right, so we'll move to the next boat, and that would be boat 199, the Steels, Larry and Sammy. They're also racing in, of course, Loco 21 in the 400 class, Larry and Sammy Steele. Doing a great job out here today. Sammy looking really good in the modifieds, considering she hasn't been driving that long. Looking good. In 208B, that's part of the Jolly Rogers team. It is T.J. Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Boat 623, we will not be seeing that boat anymore today, even though it was really fast, and that is Clint Burch and Terry Lovell, the Fear Not boat that may have clenched a colon or two. And boat 154 in the modifieds. And that is Jeff, a.k.a. Larry Purcell, and Roberta Anderson, Purcell Team Racing. And I don't know where they're at. Okay, the 400s, boat 47, Bandit Gold, Darren and Ashley Swindoll. Ashley, of course, is also navigating for Dan Morrison in boat number 10. Boat 146, our all-ladies team, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Of course, Nicole already out on the island, so Tina coming out, taking the walk, doing the wave. Boat 42, Mr. Excitement, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. Boat 42, part of Pelican Team Racing. He's freakishly large and she's freakishly small. Boat 02. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them today, but they are from Squim locally. It's boat 02, Von Trapp, Matt Denson in the live wire boat. Boat 5, finally, in their third qualifier, getting a clean run. Boat 5, the Black Magic boat, Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson, also known as Captain Chaos. Boat 156, turning it on in the last queue, It is Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman. Their last run, their best on the day, and right up there with Darren and Ashley Swindoll. Boat 21 again, Larry and Sammy Steele, they're already out there, part of Loco Team Racing. 146A, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Eric making his way out right now. Tina's already out there. Boat 68, our Kiwis, part of our Kiwi contingent, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. Boat 68. Rounding out the class in boat 44. Well, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe, but that particular boat we won't see anymore today. All right, in the Unlimiteds, boat 35, again, part of our Kiwi contingent, Chris and Katie Monroe. In the Unlimited class, the Superboats, that is the Kiwi Silver coming out. They put down the fastest time today in the Unlimited class. Followed by boat 4, Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. In boat 4. Boat 96, the Stars and Stripes boat, Bert Roberts and Luke Stewart. And finally, boat number 10, Dan Morrison from Port Angeles. Ashley Swindoll already out there with her dad, so Dan comes out. These are your racers. Give it up for them. Out here entertaining you and giving you some excitement. Thank you all. And again, these are our racers. Give it up. Come on, you can do a little better than that. Let's do a little yelling, little whistling, little hoopla. Validate them. All right. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Looks like we've got some wave runners that are going to go out and do a little wave runner action for you, that are lined up, and we will see them out here in a second as our drivers and navigators make their way out. Well, I thought we were going to see some wave runners out here, but so wave runners down there in the start pool, you going to be coming out here in a second? Somebody give me a wave or a hands up or anything? Don't know. Have no idea. I had a chance to talk to Dan Morrison yesterday at the Show and Shine, talking a little bit about this season and things that are going on here at the park and fun with your local police department.
Well, Dan, this is kind of interesting. It appears as though your main competition in this particular race are from New Zealand, both of them.
This will be good. I'm liking that idea. You know, I just any of these boats that are coming up to the speed that we're going and getting competition is what I've been looking for. You know that, and we've talked about this a lot. And I'm just real glad to see that we got guys coming. I don't care where they come from. I just want to know that we got to push to win. So that's a good thing.
Well, and it's not only that. It's just nice to be able to do something, considering COVID is, you know, plastered on every television screen.
Well, you're saying that right too, you know, and I think that's what's happening with this crowd and the boat racers and all that. I think we're just all ready to go back to normal a little bit and at least have a weekend or a day of fun and know that it's not forever.
Yeah, it could have been done a while ago. That said, this rotation, I've been here for every race that you've done. This rotation is the goofiest rotation ever. I love it, but this is going to be one of those that for some drivers is going to screw with their head.
No, and I believe that. I looked at it myself too, and I went, "Oh my God, I'm having trouble memorizing." And I think I got it pretty good right now. But You know, and I said that last race too, and I ended up DNF in the elimination rounds. But, you know, the thing about this rotation, now that I've got it in my head, there's a little bit of wiggly stuff at the beginning and a little bit on the last piece, but the rest of it's up and down the whole track. And so when I simplified it in my head, it got easier, and I'm hoping it races that way. To tell you the truth, I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be fast. That's what I think.
Oh, it's going to be fast. Well, this is a fast track anyway. It's going to be fast, but I'm expecting a number of just DNFs and people out there going, can somebody check Google Maps? Because I have no idea.
I think you're right. I think this rotation, like the last one we had, is going to cause some DNFs, and you know, it just makes you a better racer when you get it right. And that's the thing that I would think, you know, is everybody's got to race the track. Everybody's got to race the same rotation. It's all, a lot of our sport has always been about getting your head straight about how to get it done. And it's not just your driving skills in this sport, it's about your memory too. And that's what's made us unique. It's what makes the good drivers better. The guys that don't memorize so well, they may be the best driver, but he's still got to memorize it well enough to win. So there's disadvantages and advantages to what we do, but again, it makes us unique, and so everybody has to do it. And in my mind, it's like, who can do that the best?
And the thing that I, as a spectator, and because I'm up in the crow's nest, and you see all the people that are sitting around there, as they look down and watch the race, they can see the corners coming. What most folks don't realize is, I mean, you're just like a foot and a half, 2 feet off the top of the water. And a lot of times at speed in these boats, you don't see the corner until it's there.
It's a way different look in the boats, and every track's a little different that way. But you're absolutely right. Almost all of our islands crown up a foot, 18 inches in the center. They look fairly flat when you're looking down on them, but when you get on the water, you realize, oh yeah, they're all humped up a little bit to get the water to come back to the track. And like you say, when you're down low and your butt's probably even with the height of the water, so that puts your head up maybe 2 feet, well, you could not always see in the channel on the other side of that hump. And a lot of what we do is come at this stuff so fast, you have to know where it's at. And you're just paying attention and concentrating hard enough to go, the second I see it, I got to start reacting. And again, you got to have it memorized to be able to do that. So yeah, our sport's unique. I like that part of it. I think that's my attraction to it, is the fact that it's not just about buying horsepower and going fast. It's about buying horsepower and going fast and memorizing the track and being able to put it on the track, and then doing 27 corners and traveling a mile and try to go fast. So there's a lot to our sport that's different than other sports.
Absolutely. You know, Extreme Sports Park, of course, as we can see, we're looking at a sprint boat track, but there's other things that go on here, and you've got another event that's going to be coming up at ESP in October.
Yes, the weekend before Halloween, we're going to have what we're going to call a Harvest Fest. Last year, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed, but last year COVID happened, and our downtown area decided they're not going to do trick-or-treating and all that for the kids, so we kind of stepped up and did a drive-through trick-or-treat thing so everybody could at least enjoy it. And it turned out to be such a hit that the cops had to come and shut us down because we got people out in the street, and there's so many people trying to get in there to get their kids trick-or-treating that it wasn't even available to us to accommodate all that. So the reality is we said, well, let's take this to another level. So now we're doing the weekend before Halloween a Harvest Fest, which is a professional timber show that's free to the crowd. We got some world-class loggers coming to participate in this thing. We got some four-wheel drive guys that are going to be on my new track out the back that have been clearing since the last race here. And we've got just all kinds of things for the kids, and I wish I had my list to tell you all the stuff. There's a bunch of it, but if you get on ESP's website, or extremesportspark.net, and go check out what we got going on for Harvest Fest, I think you'll be impressed. And it's definitely family-oriented, that type of thing. We got lawnmower demo derby, all kinds of stuff going to happen. But then the next weekend on Halloween, we're actually going to do a deal for the kids again, where this time they can kind of get out and go all kinds of little exhibits and hay mazes with silver dollars in it and all kinds of stuff like that. So we've had a lot of really good sponsorship with that, with the local town. Since they couldn't do it themselves, they came to help us out, and now we're turning into something I think is going to be pretty darn good. So yeah, if anybody wants to come out and check that out, I think we're going to be impressed.
I'm still back earlier in this conversation thinking, so how would it feel to be a police officer and saying, you can't give children candy out of the goodness of your heart? You need to stop that. I was still, everything you were saying, I'm still back at that.
And it's a funny story, actually, because our property is unique in the way it lies in the city limits here. We are the very corner of the west corner of the city of Port Angeles. Everything, including the streets that surround us, are county. So when somebody calls the cops, we get the sheriff. Well, I'm city property, so they have no jurisdiction. So when the Halloween thing went off and the roads all plugged up, it was the county road that had a problem, not the city. And so here comes the sheriff, and he was way cool about it because they're trying to get into city property, so he just kind of backed off and called the city cop. Well, the city cop, he come in there with all fluffed up in feathers and told us we're shutting this thing down, and I said, no, we're not going to shut it down till the 5 o'clock deadline, like we told everybody. And anyhow, long story short, he made sure I did that. But as he walked away, I said, well, then you got to go tell everybody down the street that they're not going to get in. And he looks at me like he might have a problem with that, but apparently he did. He got on his little loudspeaker and went down the street and told them all to go home. So, it wasn't probably their shiniest. So that we don't have those issues and get everybody in and accommodated. So I think we're going to do okay.
I love small town America. I do. I live there myself and see this kind of stuff and go, yeah, only in small town America do you get that kind of entertainment. All right. Well, anyway, go to the website, extremesportspark.net. You can find out more about the Harvest Fest and other activities going on. And good luck, Dan. Thanks.
And Dan Morrison talking about fun with your local police department about the difficulty of this particular rotation today, which has been definitely fraught with a number of DNFs and a rotation that has been definitely challenging, and about some of the events that are going to be coming up. Of course, October is a month for events here. They're going to do their Halloween trick-or-treat thing out here again at the Extreme Sports Park. And of course, they've got the Harvest Festival that will be coming up the weekend before Halloween. And everybody's invited to enjoy them for that and enjoy the fun that's out here. This is a multi-purpose park, and it's more than just sprint boat racing. And I want to thank our guys on the Wave Runners for doing what they're doing. Give them a big round of applause. They're out here providing a little entertainment at halftime out on the course. Don't forget, if your kids are getting antsy right now during the intermission, the kids zone is open. You can take them over to the kids zone and let them work some of that fidgetiness out in the bounce house, face painting and other stuff. There's a tip jar over there for the ladies that are watching after your kids. Show them a little appreciation maybe and drop a couple of bucks in the tip jar for them. And of course, don't forget, we have the Marine Corps booth that is down here, and they're doing their Toys for Tots fundraiser, as always, at the Extreme Sports Park. But apparently, they have gone AWOL from there right now. Bender Row is open. If you're going to be heading down into the pits, make sure that you keep your kids in tow. No pets, no smoking down in the pits. All about safety. All right, so here's what I got. I've got a pair of killer Kenwood headphones up here that Michael Wright, the store manager at Mobile Music, has dropped by. So I'm going to give away this brand new pair of really nice Kenwood headphones that I would like to have. I'm going to give you a chance to pick them up. I need somebody to bring me a red and white cooler. If you have a red or white cooler, and you can bring it to the announcer's booth, your red and white cooler, I will give you a brand spanking new pair of Kenwood headphones. And we have somebody that is hauling, and you're going to have to bring it up the stairs. I'm not meeting you down below. That was a look of chagrin that you just gave me. Like, I don't want to climb the damn stairs. Here she comes. I'll meet you halfway. Nah, I'll meet you down here at the bottom. Okay, if you want to climb it, I'm good. You can climb up. What the heck? If you want the exercise, I'm good with it. Hey, you! Congratulations. What? And your name is apparently Lanny because it's on your jacket, Lonnie.
Lonnie Tucker.
And Lonnie, what do you do that you have?
Sister's Restaurant.
And where is Sister's Restaurant?
Shelton, Washington.
And what do you serve at your restaurant?
American food.
American food.
Yep.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner?
Yes.
Always open?
No, not 24 hours.
All right, well, enjoy your headphones. Thanks for coming out. Thanks. What do you think of the race so far today?
Love it.
Have you been before?
Yes, this is my second time.
All right, well, welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed the first time enough to come back a second time. Congratulations going out to Lonnie. Picking up some good stuff. You know, our official photographer here at the track does a fantastic job. His name is Jeff Halstead, and he is our official photographer out here. Comes out to every race, takes hundreds of photographs every race, and we have one of his sprint boat racing calendars up here. These are nice and big with plenty of sprint boat photographs on them. If you've got a set of keys that have a Ford logo, and whether it's a fob or whether it's an actual key with a Ford logo, I'll give you one of Jeff's. And these are nice heavy-duty calendars, nice heavy-duty cardstock, full color. Great photographs of sprint boat racing. I just need a key, a fob, something, even a hat with a Ford logo on it, and we'll make sure that you get one of Jeff's full-color photographic calendars for, is it this year or next? For next year. So this is a 2022 Jeff Halstead calendar. All we need is, with the sprint boat photographs on it, racing, sprint boat racing, hello. Anything with a Ford logo, and we're going to toss one of these in your direction. Here at the sprint boat races at the Extreme Sports Park. Jeff's out on the island right now doing some photography of the Wave Runner dudes. Looks like we got our Wave Runner tug running again after it died. In a little bit, I will be telling you who made it into the eliminations. The way the eliminations work is that they look at the fastest times for each boat, and they consider the fastest time for that boat to figure out who makes it into the eliminations, which starts off with 8 boats. They race head-to-head. The 4 fastest of the 8 in that run then make it into the next round, and then those 4 boats will compete head-to-head, and The two fastest boats will race for first and second. That's really a simplified version of how that works. Oh, did they wreck the Wave Runner? Right on. Where's the safety crew when you need them? So do we need a sprint boat to tow the Wave Runner back? We have a winner? We have a winner. Look at you. Come on up. Come on. All right, so Vixen Garage. What is Vixen Garage?
It's from Off-Road Vixens, one of the lovely ladies that is sponsoring you up there. They're way in the back with the pink and black, yeah?
So what's your name?
My name's Julie.
Julie, is this your first race?
Yes, we're from Amity, Oregon.
You're from Amity? I used to live by Amity.
Yeah, came up here.
Yeah, you're about halfway between, let's see, it would be Rick Rial and McMinnville.
Correct, yes.
Wow, so how did you even hear about this?
Melissa and Cyrus, our friends, invited us up here.
So are they from Port Angeles?
Yes, yep. Oh, no, Port Orchard, sorry.
Okay. So, all right, you've made all the way up from Amity, right in the middle of wine country in Oregon. What do you think of this so far?
I think it's pretty darn awesome.
Well, I agree. It is pretty darn awesome. Here is your sprint boat calendar. And because you're so nice and you came all the way, I'm going to give you some Kenwood earbuds. Look at you. See, you win all sorts of stuff because you're from a long ways away. All right, well, by the way, thanks for supporting the Off-Road Vixens. They do some great stuff. They also show up in St. John at a race there. So anyway, thanks for coming up. All right, Amity, Oregon. Amity, Oregon is out in kind of the middle of nowhere. Well, not really. Well, sort of. It's kind of a cool little small town. So in a few minutes, we'll find out who made it and who didn't. A couple of boats obviously not coming back out. The 623 boat. And by the way, if you want to support the drivers, pretty easy to do. They're located by the pits over there. We've got an entire row of drivers that have their gear over there. Number of different boats that are well supported. Over by the pit entrance. Livewire is over there. Fear Not. Located over in that particular area. Livewire. Nice. Do we need an ambulance? That's a good look. And now, a special announcement.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I want to say something in regards to all the people that make this happen. First off, today's 9/11, and I'm really glad to spend it here at PA. One thing we've learned from 9/11 and now remember is we can all come together and never forget. I'd like to start off by thanking all the people that serve and have served, military, first responders, LEOs, nurses, healthcare. I, for one, appreciate their care and sacrifice. Also, I'd like to say thanks to Bill for doing such an awesome job. These races are made the way he announces it, and I appreciate that. Paul White and his wife doing a great job doing the video streaming every single race. I don't know how they do it. All the support people here that volunteer and make this work. Island hoppers, security, emergency aid, everyone else. Won't work without you, and I thank you. Melody, who puts us all together. Doug Henderson and the ASB organization. And of course, the racers, which is why we're here. Crazy, insane, high horsepower, 6G turns, and every once in a while, crazy crash. I want to say thank you to Kelly and Dan Morrison for making this happen. Have a great day.
Thank you. That is our official photographer, Jeff, who also supplied us with the calendars that we gave away, or at least one of them so far. And I have no idea what the Wave Runner Club here is. Unfortunately, nobody passed along the information, but whoever they are, we thank you. Thank you for the entertainment and the previous wreck. Now, if you're wanting to come back and you're jonesing for more sprint boat racing, make sure that you like us, the Extreme Sports Park, on Facebook. You'll be able to check it periodically to get the times for next year's races, the dates, so that you can scratch those out. Usually we have one kind of in mid-September like this, and another one that will fall generally mid to late July. So make sure that you just kind of follow the Extreme Sports Park on Facebook, and you'll be able to get the information. Also, if you go there, you'll be able to see links to today's race, the last race that was here back in July, and check it out there. You're running? Get up here. So one of our racers was Eric Petring in boat 03, and we watched it take a nasty wreck, and we thought out for the rest of the day. Eric, the driver, Eric Petring in boat 03A, joins us, and so you got it fixed.
Yep, we got the crew guys working on it. Actually, the only damage that happened to the boat was in the back corner transom. And then nothing happened to the pump. The roll cage wasn't touched. So we started it. It seems to run good. If it floats, we're back off the trailer and we'll give it another whirl.
If it floats. I like that. Yeah, if it floats, we'll be okay. You just clipped that island and it went gunny.
Yeah, I think I was already set up for the first corner, and I think I clipped that island and unhinged the pump, and then basically we just went straight into the island and caught the edge, and up and over she goes.
So that was your navigator Selden's first major wreck.
My first major wreck too. They're not fun.
Oh, it was not fun.
Not fun. I'm going to be sore tomorrow for sure.
Are you a little sore now?
Yep.
Yeah. So how'd your navigator feel about it?
He's like, don't do that again.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Give him, if he owns the boat, you got to give him the full experience.
Well, basically what he said was what you said when the Why Not boat went over the fence last year. 2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember what I said.
Yeah, I think everybody here does.
Yeah, there was an obscenity drop there.
Just a few.
Just a couple. Anyway, well, I'm glad you're okay. Yep. I'm glad the boat's okay. We'll look forward to seeing you out in the modifieds. And you were running pretty good out there.
Yeah.
Looking good.
For being a 1997 Eagle Outlaw hull with a small pump and a medium-sized engine, and the old girl scoots really good.
Yeah, it definitely looks good.
Yeah.
So, well, good luck to you. Glad that you're going to make it back out on the water, and good luck.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
All right. Take care. That is Eric Petring, and Selden Glebe is his navigator, the owner of the boat, and they're going to be out racing again. That is good to hear. At least one of the boats we thought was out for the rest of the day is going to be back, and that is a good thing. The more the merrier. With more racing coming up here at the Extreme Sports Park. Darren Swindoll has been leading the way in the 400 class, not only today, but essentially all season long. He has managed to pull off, to this point, 3 straight first places in a row this year, and is definitely the force to be reckoned with in the 400 class this season. Absolutely doing a fantastic job. He and his daughter, Ashley, his navigator, and the entire family, the Swindoll family, comes out en masse. It's almost like a family reunion every race. And we had a chance to chat with him yesterday at the Show and Shine. Of course, that is the Bandit Gold boat. And if I can, there we go. He's in the Bandit Gold boat, and we talked a little bit about this season, this particular rotation, and the competition this year in the 400 class, which has been intense and very close.
Hopefully this is not the announcer jinx. You're unbeatable this year, Darren.
Oh, I don't know about that, Bill. We started off really well, and we're hoping to finish real strong tomorrow.
That was the last race, quite a race. Not a whole lot of difference in time between first and second.
No, I had a chance to review the live stream, and looking back and seeing in all the classes, top 4 or 5 guys were just so tight, it was crazy. It's the tightest racing I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, in your class, a couple of hundredths of a second between first and second, which was insane.
Yeah, it was good, and it made it good for the crowd. And then it makes me think we've got to make some changes to try and widen that gap a little bit. But right now, everybody's kind of running the same stuff and trying to do the same thing. So we're all stepping it up together.
This is an interesting rotation.
Yes, it's a lot of in and out and a lot of through 9. I think we go through 9 like 4 times and come out a different direction every time. So I think you're going to see maybe a few DNFs there at the beginning.
Oh, I think probably a few. As you look at that, do you look at that and go, oh, this is an Achilles heel rotation for me?
Well, the last one here was really smooth. When they ran rotation number 2 at the beginning of the season, it really flowed well. This one, we're going to have to break it up into probably 4 different quadrants to, make it work for us. And we're just going to do like we do. We're going to come out a little bit soft in Q1 and try and ramp it up.
For people that haven't been to a race before, a lot of times it is the last couple of lanes that they go down, usually the same ones right through the center, picking up speed going in there. Not this one.
No, we're dropping into 13 and coming out at 8 right into the finish line, and it's you're going to see a lot of people coming around the outside fast into that last corner, and hopefully everybody keeps it in the water.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy one to definitely screw yourself up and start pinballing on.
Yeah, if anybody clips the inside of the islands, it's gonna upset the boat, and they'll definitely end up on the beach for sure.
Again, this has been a great season for you. Is it odd not your brother normally races between COVID and all sorts of different things? Not that he had it, but work and everything. Not able to make it this year. Is it easier, harder, different, not having your brother driving in the same class in a different boat?
It's different. We bounce a lot of stuff off of each other, and it's been a bummer not having him here this year. We're hoping that we're going to be able to get a schedule together where he's going to be here all next season and not miss it for work. But it's really been a bummer not having him here, and sharing wins and tips for each other, but we've been doing okay and trying to keep it in the place we're going right now.
All right. Well, good luck. It's going to be a fascinating race. This is a great rotation.
It is, and I think by the end of the day, I think we're going to see the times get ramped up and see some really tight racing.
And that is Darren Swindoll. And yes, when he says, I think towards the end of the day, we're going to see the time start ramping up, just taking a quick glance at the times, his best time was a 51.194 in the third qualifier. And Stephen Church, a few boats later, put down a 51.251. So only about 0.06 of a second separating those two boats. Now, safety crew and race officials, can we get you to take your places so we can get racing going again? Racers, navigators, crew teams, get to your locations as well, because we're going to get racing going here shortly. So safety crew members, race officials, if you can make your way back. So coming up, more racing in just a matter of moments. It's going to take probably about 5 to 7 minutes for everybody to get themselves set up. Again, if you are a safety crew member, part of the island hoppers, you need to be back on the islands. It is time to race again. Safety crew, if you can take your positions. Race officials, please take your positions. By the way, our elimination rounds brought to you by United Engineering, located in Port Angeles Wharf, located previously the Landing in downtown Port Angeles on the waterfront. They're in Suite 203 on the second floor. If you want to go see them, make sure you make an appointment. That said, they do just about everything that has to do with engineering, whether it's stormwater management plans, structural engineering, retaining wall designs, geotechnical investigations, site grading and layout, residential structural design. If it's engineering, they do it, and they are an official sponsor of the Eliminations coming up here at the Extreme Sports Park. We want to thank United Engineering for joining us as a sponsor. Again, located down there at the Port Angeles Wharf, previously the Landing in Suite 203. You need engineering work that has to be done? You need them. United Engineering. Also, Herman Brothers. They've been around the community for over 53 years, helping to sponsor today's races. They look forward to being around for a long time. It is Herman Brothers. Also, Platypus Marine is one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards. They do marine refits, repairs, new construction, whether it's government, commercial, fishing, or private vessels. Platypus Marine Inc., your partners for an exceptional project. Head on down to the pits and support your favorite sprint boat team. If you're coming back up, drop by, pick up some goods from Livewire, Nut Deep, Jolly Roger, Dark Horse Racing, and Fear Not. Okay, so the way that it works in the eliminations, we take the fastest time for every boat, figure out then the fastest 8 boats in the class, and they make it into the quarterfinals. And the way that it works is the slowest of the fastest 8 boats comes out first. So the way that is going to work out is that boat 03 will be the first boat out, with Selden Glebe, the owner of the boat, driving, and Eric Petring navigating. It will be followed by the Steels Sammy and Larry in boat 199, Guano Loco. And I think this is the first time that 199 has made it into the quarters. So congratulations to them. They will be followed by boat 208B, which is TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Then 154, Jeff Purcell and Roberta Anderson. Boat 71A then, Jay Correa and Corey White. Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley will be out next in boat 40. They had the third fastest time. Second fastest time of the day in the modified class is boat 03A again, with Eric Petring driving and Selden Glebe being the navigator. And then boat 208A, laying down the fastest times all day long in the modifieds, is 208A with Dustin Springer at the wheel and Nicole Brown as the navigator. So in the 400 class, boat 146A with Eric Werner and Tina Huff will be the first boat out. And then the second boat out based on times. Now they may shuffle this a little bit to give them a chance to get the driver and navigator in. Nicole Brown then and Tina Huff in 146B. So 146A and 146B falls in the 8 and 7 spot. Followed by boat 42, that is Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. And then the Steels again in boat 21, that is Loco 21, with Larry driving, the dad driving, and Sammy navigating. Followed by boat 68, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. Boat number 5, Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson. And boat 156, Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman, second fastest time on the day by just barely behind Darren and Ashley Swindoll on boat 47. Then in the unlimited class, Bert Roberts. That can't be right. I guess so. Bert Roberts will be the first boat out in boat 96. Bert Roberts and Luke Stewart in boat 96. Boat 4 then, Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman, followed by Dan Morrison and Ashley Swindoll. And then the fastest boat in the class so far today will be coming out last, and that will be Chris and Katie Monroe. So that's the way that it is set up for racing when we get things underway. Safety crews out there, of course, launching the goodies. And racing to begin fairly shortly. All right, and our boats are getting ready to start getting lined up. By the way, very happy birthday to Rose Smith. Rose having her 52nd birthday, and I'm assured she looks like she's 25. And that happy birthday wish sent from one of our safety.
We're so grateful to have you joining us today here at Extreme Sports Park for the last race of 2021. We're going to definitely have 2 more races out here next year, usually one in July and one in September. So keep an eye on the ESP Port Angeles Facebook page and their website, extremesportspark.net. We've got the elimination rounds, probably at least 2 more hours of racing, and that'll be it. So if you can, share out the stream, like on Facebook, or share it out, and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're watching there. We really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much for doing what you're doing and what you have done, and for the families as well. It's been long said that it's not just the servicemen or women that serve, it's also their families. Thank you to the families of our service members. Thank you so much. Boats getting lined up. The first one that's going to be in the water is 038, or 03B, actually. They're going to be the first ones out. And do we have all of our safety crew back where they're supposed to be? It looks like we're shy a few safety crew folks. So safety crew, if you're not already out there, and a bunch of you are, any safety crew members that are stragglers, we're going to get racing underway again. And of course we need our all of our officials doing what they're doing. It takes a lot of different people to make one of these races actually work. Timing is ready, I'm hearing. Our spotter is here. He's wearing his contacts now. Wasn't doing that earlier. He was spotting by braille. So yeah, come on up here real quick. Who to? Cameron Bryant is having her 12th birthday today. Happy birthday to the 12-year-old Cameron. Yeah, there you go. That's showing some spirit. Give her a round of applause. She's 12. And finally, we have another person that finally came over. Are you still? If I got a Ford thing. Yeah, that was like 20 minutes ago. Thanks for hurrying up here. So we have one of our official 2022 sprint boat calendars. So I'm not sure. I think we're still waiting for some safety crew folks. Looks like everybody's there. Do you have everybody out there? Looks like it. So we're getting some more boats out. So, all right, we're going to dump them in the water. So, racing going to get underway here in just a second. The first boat is actually in. Hopefully we're going to be hearing an engine firing up here again. This is the quarterfinals, 8 fastest boats of the class. And of those, once those 8 boats run, the 4 fastest of the 8th in this particular round will make it into the semis. Oh, DNF, and he got a twosie. Boy, that scoots. Oh, he got a two-hopper. And
so we're actually running back all the replays here. I haven't been able to get that to work until today, so at least one thing's working.
Wow! And they're out. Good. For Jeff Purcell and Roberta, Bob Anderson following it out. Our first boat's out. Boat 03B. DNF. Well, that's nice. Sucked up a little dirt. Everybody got a bath. And Selden, who is a new driver this year, how do I put this tactfully? Driving way beyond his skill level. Little too far into the throttle on that one for him. Still learning the ropes. Like I said, you know, something that is not really thought about is that really your seat time is so limited with 4 races a year, and if you only race or actually have it in the water for 4 rounds, and like our last race where the times were about 40 seconds, that's 2 minutes and 40 seconds of practice time. So it generally takes a couple of seasons for a new driver to kind of get acclimated to what this is about. And Selden, this is his first season behind the wheel. Eric Petring, who navigates for him, who will be driving in a little bit, quite a bit more experience. So boat 199 with Sammy in her very first quarterfinal run as a driver is coming up here in second. As soon as boat 03B leaves the field. Boat 199 fired up. It's the Guano Loco boat. And she's off the trailer. So these boats actually do have a reverse. It is a bucket that drops down in front of the jet, forcing the water towards the front of the boat, giving them a reverse. It's just simply called the reverse bucket. Here comes 199. Sammy Steele in the driver's seat.
And Sammy looks like she's coming out more aggressive. Nice. Flip the bank, hangs on to it. And it's good. 68.602. Our next boat out will be boat 68.602 for the Steels with 208B. Warming up on the trailer. As soon as 199 hits their trailer, 208 drops in. And, of course, TJ and Keith Brownsberger, TJ Burrows, Keith Brownsberger, they are a part of the Jolly Rogers team. And they're coming up to the start channel. Their best time was a 69.7. And the run is good. Unofficially 68.893, 68.893. We'll wait for the call from our timer, see whether... So, boat 154 coming up next with a 68.893 from TJ. And the Monroes, or pardon me, Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and Roberta Anderson. Purcell and Roberta Anderson.
And a DNF. And I have never seen this before, and I've been doing this for probably 12, 13 years. We actually have a boat that is disqualified, boat 03B when it came out. Eric Petring was driving instead of Selden Glebe, who was supposed to be driving. The boat 03 now completely disqualified. They were going to come out in the next to last position. They are disqualified. The wrong driver was driving. So, like I said, I've never seen that happen before. So we actually have a boat disqualified. Generally, disqualification is a major safety issue. This is boat 71A. And they get the DNF. Well, at this point, you want to make it into the semis, all you have to do is just get a time. Four boats, well, two, the same boat disqualified twice and two DNFs. So now, all it is just keep it in the water and get a time. Coming up next, Dylan Hatch and Danny Finley in boat 40, boat 40. So boat 40 still on the trailer. And here we go. So he's in the water. Wait a minute, is that? Boat 2, boat 40. DNF. Well, at least we know we've got two boats that are making it into the semis at this point. Now boat 208A, Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. Up next. And I just want to say to Sammy Steele, a fairly new driver in boat 199, congratulations on making it into the semis for the very first time. Way to go, Sammy. Her dad, Larry, navigating in boat 199, the Guano Loco. So congratulations going out to her. That's just showing off. 52.543. 52.543. And looking at his time, his fastest time was back in the Q3 with a 50.95. All right, boat 146 with Eric Werner and Tina Huff, part of the Jolly Rogers, should be out here in a minute. Like they finally got this boat moving. Wow, where's this boat been all day? Yeah. 54.210. So 54.210 for Eric Werner and Tina Huff all day long. Engine issues. And now they come out and tear it up. So the next boat out was supposed to be that boat again. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to put another boat out, and they're going to do a quick swap of seats.
Thank you all for watching us today. I just want to point out this is a live show, and there's lots of technical glitches and things that happen with live shows, and we do make some mistakes and forget to switch the camera sometimes too. So we're doing the best we can, and thank you guys for watching. Hope that we'll finish it out here before it gets much rainier.
2 for $6. Okay, so 146B is going to be next. Our race official has made that very clear. So we're waiting for drivers and navigators to do some swapping around. Actually, Tina Huff, the navigator, gets to remain in her seat, whereas Eric pops out, Nicole pops in. And that's what we're waiting for right now, is that swap. Here at the Extreme Sports Park. Morris Excavating is a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park. They built this track. And Dan Morrison, the owner, is racing on it as part of Wicked Team Racing. By the way, if you like albacore tuna, you need to pick up Kamek's Troll Caught Albacore at Sunrise Meats. By the way, the boat they run has a top speed of 7 knots. Just saying that. Kamek's Troll Caught Albacore. Man, and if you have never had fresh albacore tuna, you are missing one of the joys of life. Red Carpet Car Wash is open. Get your car washed. The best car wash in the peninsula. Open 7 days a week in Carlsberg next to Big Five Sporting Goods. Milliken Crane, also out here. They've been in business since 1997. And they have cranes. And they know how to use them. All right, here we go. 146B. Nicole Brown now driving. Eric driving in the last run. Tina Huff still in the navigation seat. This is a pretty solid run for Nicole. Go, Nicole. It's good. .498. Taking a look at her previous run. That is her best run of the day, a 58.498. Next out, boat 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. They had that crazy run in the second qualifier, avoiding a lot of body work about 3 times. Boat 42. Wow. Okay. That is your DNF of the day right there. Ah. Heck yeah. The fact that they're still upright
That was crazy. And nonchalantly drive off the course. Well, I will say that Dan today driving has definitely given us a couple of really good shows. Obviously, he would have liked to have gotten the clean run, but that was a one-off. Larry Steele and Sammy coming out in Loco 21. Boy, he just got a face full of water. Larry's side of the boat looked like it went completely underwater for a second. They both got wet, for sure. Hopefully they're both okay, because that was a hard stop. Apparently they are okay. Give them a big round of applause. They got the DNF, but that was a hard charge and run there. Want to make sure they're okay. They're being checked out. So they get it started up. They're coming out on their own power, so good. We will see Sammy driving, Sammy and Larry again in the modifieds. A good day of racing in the 400s for the Loco crew. Well, 2 DNFs the hard way in a row in the 400s. David Thompson is 16. Next up, so waiting for Schuler and Thompson in boat 68 to roll it off the trailer. And they're backing in now. So our next boat, backing in off the trailer. And boat 68, part of our Kiwi contingency.
And it's good. 55.557. So 55.557. 3 boats left in the class here in the quarters. Boat 5 on the way. Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson, the Black Magic boat. Putting it in next. They didn't get a qualifying run in until the very final qualifier in the third. And now that they know the course after 2 DNFs in a row, see how aggressive they're going to come out in this run. This is boat 5, the Black Magic boat out of Oregon. And he is standing on it. Absolutely chewing it up. And it's good. 51.233. 51.233. And now all of a sudden, we got a race between 47, 156, and boat number 5. In our third qualifier, 156 and boat 47, both running 51 and change, and now Kelly Stevenson brings it in at 51.233. On the bubble, boat 146B, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. They had a 58.498. Anything better than that, they are done racing for the day. And boat 156 with Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman on the way. The boat, Bad Influence. And boat 156 on the course. Steven, very aggressive. And it's good. 51.358. 51.358. With boat 146B now out of the race. They have been eliminated. With boat 47 coming out, anything better than a 54.210, and Boat 146A is out. Now, pardon me, would be boat 68 out. Anything better than a 55.557. So Eric Werner is safe. Rudy Schuler and David Thompson on the bubble with a 55.557. Darren and Ashley Swindoll on boat 47, leading the way in times all day long. But definitely, they've got a race. Less than a tenth of a second, the difference between boat 5 and 156. Let's see what the Swindolls are going to lay down. It's good. 51.781. So out of it, boat 68. So boat 68 is out. They had a 5.557. So boat 146A, boat 47, 156, and boat number 5 coming up in the semis in the 400s. And for the first time all season long, boat 47 finds himself a little behind the 8 ball, at least in that run. So the eliminations in the Unlimited's getting ready to start with boat Bert Roberts in boat 96 coming out. That didn't sound good. And even from here, I could see the little red light on the dashboard that would indicate, yeah, something's probably not right here. And it's a DNF. Now it's just a matter of getting off the course. Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Brigham in boat 4. In Star Trek, they would call this impulse speed. Yeah, Scotty ain't getting much more out of this.
Don't forget, Coors Light, $3 a can over in the beer garden. I love it. People cheering for Coors Light. Oh, it's actually the safety crew. Oh, they didn't make it over the fence. See if they can get one through the uprights. And it looks like they're going to get back to their places as Bert Roberts slowly makes his way out. Boat 4 over there warming up, as is boat 35. Chris and Katie Monroe. And boat 10. Actually, I don't see boat 10 out here yet. Ah, here we go. Making its way down right now. All right, boat number 4, Dean Lautenschlager, off the trailer. And you got to admit, the paint job on this does look like a 70s blacklight poster. Yo, dude, love the boat colors. Here we go. And DNF. He did that same thing. I think it was back in the Q2. So he's done. All right, so 2 DNFs in a row. Will the circle of failure be broken by boat number 10? Dan Morrison and Ashley Swindoll up next. Coming up, the semis. The 4 fastest boats out of the modified class, which actually is only 3 boats because of DNFs and a couple of disqualifications. Actually, the same boat disqualified twice. So, in the modifieds, the first boat out in the semis will be boat 208B, followed by boat 199, followed by boat 208A. So here is boat number 10. Dan Morrison. And a DNF. So, at this point, all Chris Monroe needs to do is put down a clean run and win in the Unlimiteds. I'm not even sure how they're going to choose second and third. I guess you go back to the eliminations and look at the times based on that for second and third. So well, that would be, at this point, assuming that Chris Monroe gets a clean run, that would be second place would go to Dan Morrison and third place to Dean Lautenschlager.
if that's, I've never seen everybody disqualify in the quarterfinals before like this. So Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe, actually they would win anyway because they had the fastest time in the qualifiers. So there's your winner. .223. So congratulations to Chris and Katie Monroe. They won the class way earlier than you would have expected. And I don't know, are they going to give them the checkered flag run now, or? Apparently not. I mean, technically, if they wanted to, I guess, depending, they could run 2 more times, but what's the point? All right, back to the modifieds. We are now on the semis. 3 boats left standing. The first boat out is 208B. They had a 68.893 in the quarters. So 68.893. $69,137. So if everybody keeps it in the water and everybody does what they've been doing so far today, and there's no DNFs between these 3 boats, really the race here is for second place between TJ, who we just saw run, and Sammy, and she is coming up next in 199. If Dustin does what he normally does, he's going to lay something down between 53 and 52 seconds. So really, a race here for second place, and there was only 0.3 of a second, actually more like 0.2 of a second, separating the last times for TJ Burrows in 208B and 199, Sammy Steele, and she was up on him by a couple of tenths of a second. So looking forward, that is kind of the race. And here comes Sammy. She's in 199. And let's see what she can do. Well, that sucks. All right, so that's unfortunately a DNF for Sammy. Give it up for her. She had a great day of racing. She's still going to get third place. Her first time on the podium, so congratulations going to Sammy Steele and the Guano Loco team. Right on. Our next boat out is going to be boat 208A. So, and by the way, right after the racing here, we're going to have the what they call sponsor rides. So sponsors, you need to get lined up. We want to do them right after the finals to get those sponsor rides out of the way. So sponsors, you already know who you are. Make sure you get yourself lined up so you can get your ride. There's 3 of them scheduled, so I'm sure you've been told where to go. But congratulations to 199, third place. A good day of racing for 199. And I have a feeling it's probably going to be quite a party in the Guano Loco camp tonight. All right, next up is going to be boat 208A, Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. So if they keep it in the water, they're going to be in the finals against themselves in the same boat with TJ driving it and then Dustin. So this is one of the weirdest elimination rounds I think I've ever seen. Particularly in the modifieds. This is racing for sure. I don't want to say everything that could go wrong could go or has gone wrong, but everything that could go weird has gone weird. And weird is not a bad thing. So still waiting for 208 to get her done. By the way, we want to thank all the folks up on the VIP booth, VIP section for being VIPs. And if you would like to be a VIP next season, make sure you ask one of the volunteers that are wandering around here. They are conspicuously dressed as volunteers. So 208. Trailers in the water. They're fired up. 53.564. So your finals in the modified will be between two different drivers in the same boat. So one way or the other, you're going to have first and second going to Team Jolly Roger. With the 400s on the way, and what an interesting set of circumstances this is. The first boat out is going to be Eric Werner and Tina Huff, and it sounds like it's backfiring again. A 54.210, and now it's stalled. And then it's going to be the next boat out, boat 47, with a 51.781. Boat 156 with a 51.358, and Kelly Stevenson coming out of the blue with the fastest time in the quarters with a 51.233. So definitely the race here is going to be there. So the first boat out will be 146A, assuming it's running. So still waiting for the Jolly Rogers boat, which would be the first out, to make it down here. So the running order again, 146A, followed by boat 47, followed by boat 156, and then boat number 5. By the way, if you're looking for some great albacore tuna, troll caught, it's Camex troll caught albacore at Sunrise Meats. I love this time of year because it's when the tuna run, and nothing better than fresh albacore tuna. There's almost no way that you can prepare fresh albacore that it isn't off the hook good. Get it? Off the hook. Get it? All right, now I think that they're going to, at this point, going to have an auction over in the beer garden on Coors Light. It's now $2 a can. So you can just go down there and go, I'll give you $1.50. I'll give you $1.50 for your Coors Light. Let's go down and make an offer. Make an offer on a can of Coors Light. All right. So boat 146A fired up. And I will say this is the first time this year that we've seen boat 47 with in the eliminations here with two boats running faster times. So 146 is in the water. 146A. Now, mind you, this boat took a second in St. John in the 400s up against basically the same boats. So, oh. Okay, that's just embarrassing. That just shouldn't happen. And I have to wonder if essentially, you know, his steering didn't break. I don't know. I mean, obviously we'll find out later. Well, I will, but at this point, that's just not right. Okay, well, we know he's out. That's just not right. Literally getting one turn in. And so everybody's shutting it off as they try to figure out what they're going to do to get that thing back in the water. And our safety crew out there once again launching stuff. Are we finally going to get something over on this side of the track for folks? Come on, safety crew. What about our side?
Still don't know what happened with that run.
And it's the windup. And here comes the pitch. And it is a scrum. They must have had an unlimited supply of t-shirts. Can we get something over on this side, guys? Over here? I'm trying to get over here, and no, they're just ignoring us over here. And this other side gets all the love once again. This is how Texas must feel about the Biden administration. All right. Oh, I love it how people are now just moving around to that section. And it is a wrestling match. The person sitting in that chair, all of a sudden there's like 12 people just elbowing him in the head. And it looks like 146 is being finally walked out. So, end of the day of racing in the 400s for Jolly Roger. And if you're standing over there on the bank, wave to Eric. Hey, Eric. He's not waving back. Not a happy camper. I'll have to say that the island hoppers in particular on a day like this, they're taking a bow out there. Give it up for this. Give it up for the island hoppers. Give it up for them. This is a cold day to be out there wading around in muddy water. All right, boat 47 will be out next. So 146 just hit the trailer. And boat 47 fired up. It's Bandit Gold. So really, the race obviously between three boats, boat 5, 156, and 47. Boat 47, Darren Swindoll and his daughter Ashley have not lost a race this year. Right now, going on the previous times, behind the 8 ball. Third fastest time in the quarters. Four-tenths of a second behind 156. 5/10 of a second behind boat 5. And And it's time to roll. So boat 47 on the way. By the way, sponsors, if you want your sponsor ride, make sure you're where you're supposed to be, because that'll be coming up shortly. Boat 47. Oh, what a nice wheelie. Two turns left. 1, 2. Now it's just for their hard charge for home. Best time of the day, 50.736. And Darren Swindoll throwing it down with his best time of the day, 50.736. None of the other boats in the class so far today have got it under 51 seconds until now. Darren and Ashley bringing it. Race time, go fast or go home. 1:56 on the way. 1:56 coming in off the trailer. That is Bad Influence with Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman. Stephen, the driver, out of Cheshire, Oregon. He's IT. Lisa Bowman, the navigator. Here we go. Green flag is up. And we're racing. Nicely done on that last corner. And he makes the hard charge for home. 2 turns left. And it's good. 51.716. 51.716. With our last boat coming up, so Stephen Church on the bubble with a 51.716. That is the time for boat number 5 with Kelly Stevenson behind the wheel to beat. So at the very least, boat 156 with Stephen Church and Lisa Bowman as the crew. Guaranteed at least a third. And it all depends on Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Robertson in boat 5. They are warming up. And when they're done, apparently we are going to see, I guess not. I thought that Kiwi Silver was there. They're not. So 156 pulls out with Stephen on the bubble. And boat number 5 is off the trailer. Boat 5 on the way. Here we go. And by the way, he pulled a DNF. That was called a DNF. So he be done. So your finals in the 400 between boat 47 and 156. And that will be a replay of our very, I believe, was it our first race here this season? It's either the first race here this season or in St. John or earlier, with the final between 156 and 47. So we've got a final coming up in the 400 group. And we have a final that is going to be the same boat running against itself in the modifieds. So a very frustrating season for Kelly Stevenson. Kelly has been wrestling with that boat all season long, whether it was engine, whether it was pump, the electrical system, so many different things that he has been wrestling with that boat, finally getting it dialed in, and then makes the wrong turn after driving a great race today, and finds himself self-eliminated as boat 208 will be running in the finals against itself with two different crews, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger will be racing against Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown in the same boat. So there was a question about whether Boat 5 was going to do a rerun or not. And it had to do with some folks that were lined up down by the start pool that were throwing rocks. Don't do that. Apparently they were kids.
I want to take this moment to thank our viewers for watching all day. It looks like the rain might be letting up a little bit just in time for the final runs. I want to thank Kevin Jameson for helping us with the live shots. The internet, or whatever, the connection's been a little spotty there. And our launch cam has been a little glitchy. Boat 5 is going to run again because of the kids throwing rocks.
Which was either the driver or the navigator hit with rocks just as they were coming out. And after a confab with the race officials, it has been decided to give them another run. So we're going to see Boat 5 come out here again. And one of the things that and I'm kind of curious about, is whether they're going to have to put some more fuel in that. Typically what they do is, I mean, again, these are sprint boats, and they want them to be as light as possible. And generally, when they fuel them up, they only do enough fuel to essentially get them around the course and out of the water. So running on just the tiniest amount of fuel absolutely possible just to save weight. So they are going to refuel. We're just getting word they're going to have to refuel. So they're going to let them refuel and get some fuel out here. And again, I wondered if that was going to be the question or not, and we just heard from the officials that was going to be the case. They were going to need to refuel. So they're going to get another shot at it coming up here in a second. This has been the weirdest day of racing I've seen in a long time, with our safety crew once again launching T-shirts. I don't know who that is over there in the blue jacket and shorts, but man, he runs fast. Definitely needs to be in track. So in a second here, we're going to have another T-shirt launch. Always fun times at the Extreme Sports Park. I want to invite you out, by the way, for another Halloween at ESP. We're going to do a bunch of activities out here. Trick-or-treating at ESP. And somebody was saying they're going to be hiding silver dollars for the kids around here for Halloween. And then they got the big Harvest Festival. The Harvest Fest is going to be coming up the weekend before Halloween. The big Harvest Fest that's going to be out here, and a lot of different things are going to be involved in that. Just go to Extreme Sports Park on Facebook to find out all the details. And make sure that you like ESP on Facebook and keep up to date on all the different events that happen here at ESP. It's not just sprint boat racing.
We're going to take this moment to try to do all clash replays.
And Selden Glebe. Oh! Oh, DNF, and he got a Tuesday. Boy, that scoots. Oh, he got a two-hopper. And the early DNF, and wow, and they're out. Good. Watch! Remember last time it was out, that engine was running really rough. They obviously had time to fix it, and oh, watch out! Oh, that could have been and Selden Glebe. Oh! Oh, DNF. And he got a Tuesday. Boy, that scoots. Oh, he got a two-hopper. And the early DNF, and wow, and they're out. Good. Watch! I would have been a horrible human being if I hadn't given him something. Because he's out of breath. Enjoy him.
Well, I hope you appreciated that all crash replays there. We usually don't get that to work for some reason, but we'll put it back on the announcer bill now. Thanks.
ECK, which is short for ECK. All right, boat number 5, fueled up, and after the interference, they get to run again. All right, so let's go back here. The time for Kelly and Tracy to beat, if they want to make it into the finals, is a 51.716. Darren and Ashley automatically in. So here we go. Well, that's their day of racing. Well, that's unfortunate. At least you would have liked them to get a clean run in. And coming up next, boat 35 is going to take the checkered flag run, I believe. Either that or they're going to do it between runs on 208. We'll find out. Boat 35 will be taking the checkered flag run, I guess, now. I'm assuming. So they are taking a checkered flag run, boat 35, with the Monroes from New Zealand. And they're warming it up so they can take that checkered flag for a ride. That is, for folks that are new to this, that's when you win. You're given a checkered flag, navigator holds it, and they take a spin around the track. a victory lap, literally. Kind of the lap of their choice. Throwing a shout out to one of our photogs, Sheila. All right, here comes boat 35 doing the victory lap. And I have to say, I really love it when they just polish the aluminum and leave it mostly just the way it naturally is. I love that look. And if you do have a pit pass, check this boat out. It is cool. Aw, really? 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 Are you kidding me? You wrecked it on the checkered flag run? All right, that's even more embarrassing than Eric Werner's wreck. Well, at least they're close to the beer garden. Oh, Katie is going to give it to him later, and not in a good way. He is going to hear about that. Oh. If she hasn't already punched Chris, it's coming. See, if I was a safety crew, I'd just be telling them, you know what, you do this yourself. Like I said, this has been a weird day. And it's one of the things that I love about sprint boat racing is that you have these odd things that happen during the course of a race. That's right up there and weird things. This is a first for me as well today, and that is a wreck during the checkered flag run. And the people in the beer garden are appreciative. They're at the point in their drinking day where they love anything. Hey, look, a tennis ball. Yay! Look, somebody has a balloon. Yay! And I'm sure the Coors Light by this time right now is probably they're paying you to take it. Yeah. At the speed they're getting this thing off the course, that's a little early to be firing up 208. And to our folks watching on the stream, wherever you happen to be, whether it's in New Zealand or Australia or Canada, Arkansas, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, Alaska, got fans I know in Arizona and Nevada, wherever you happen to be watching on the World Wide Webs, we want to thank you for watching the stream today. Paul and his wife Bonnie doing a great job with the streams. And if you've never watched it online, they do a fantastic job with the stream. They use Chiron's instant replay, you name it. Some great camera angles. They do a fine job on our stream, which is on both YouTube and Facebook. And they do all the races here in the U.S. Yeah, you might as well just turn it off. But the nice thing is we can get a nice long look at the boat 35. Isn't it a beauty? Look at the sun glistening off the hood. And this has got to be really nerve-wracking for the drivers. You know, you're sitting there, and most of the drivers have a routine that they go through as they're coming out. Those little superstitious things that they always do, and you're getting ready, you're getting fired up, okay, we're going, we're ready, and then you wait. Is it time for a beer yet? Is it time? Can we hear it for beer? Let's just give it up for beer. Yeah, beer gets its round of applause today here at the Extreme Sports Park. We've got a great race coming up in the 400s. An odd race that's coming up in the modifieds, in the finals. Well, it is odd. I'm trying to think of the last time that I've ever seen a boat racing against itself in the finals. I don't think I've ever seen that. And so boat 208 coming out twice with two different crews, a different driver, different navigator, racing against itself. We get to see that. A lot of firsts today. Including a wreck during the checkered flag run. Is it a full moon? Do we have a full moon? Is it a full moon? All right, boat 208. This will be TJ driving. TJ Burrows, Keith Brownsberger. So their best run was, looking back, a 68.89. So he gets a clean time. 65.511. You know, if TJ really wanted to be a horrible human being, He could have gotten the clean run and then wrecked the boat in the spin-out pool into the fence so that Dustin couldn't run and he would win by default if he were a horrible human being. Because Dustin's going to be running the same boat next. But TJ is not a horrible human being. But if TJ were a horrible human being, I just got to think of these things. So they're going to do a quick change of crews, driver and navigator, and that boat will be in the water again. And I'm assuming they're probably going to have to also do a quick refuel. Yep, they just grabbed the fuel. So it's going to take them a second to refuel. This is not NASCAR, so they won't be out in 12 seconds. Although I will say that they got out pretty fast. Driver's first in, navigator second. Okay. So if it was a race, again, we want to thank one of our new sponsors here, a couple of them, Central Welding, a proud sponsor of racing here at the Extreme Sports Park. Central Welding is located here locally. They're a family-owned business with great service, 25 locations all around the Pacific Northwest, in particular Washington, Oregon, even up in Alaska. There's one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. Whether you need gases, safety products, welding supplies, they'll get you set up. We want to thank them. Also, Tacoma Propeller. They're your local one-stop shop for your boat prop and shafting needs. Thousands of props, and they can ship in the same day. They do boat shafting, stock wheels up to 60 inches in diameter. They've got a full machine shop and repair shop. Contact them for details. And a big thank you to them for their sponsorship here. Also, a big thank you to CHS Propane. They are your full-service propane company serving the Olympic Peninsula. Locally owned and operated by trained and experienced professionals, and your satisfaction is their number one priority. Also, a big thank you to Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, a supporter of the park here. Whether it's domestic or foreign, call Frank's Auto Repair. And also our new sponsor, United Engineering, located down there in the Port Angeles Wharf in Suite 203. They do just about everything when it comes to engineering, whether it's residential design or structural engineering, stormwater management, septic design, site registrations. It's engineering. They do it. Helping to bring you racing today. And so looks like we got the fuel in, we've got the driver and the navigator in, and in a second we're going to have 208 in the water. All right. Boat 47 and 156 in the 400 class, sitting there, waiting to go. So boat 208. So TJ Burrows, for the very first time as a driver, is going to be seeing himself on the podium today, either in a first or a second place, so good for TJ. And here comes boat 208. Again. Dustin Springer and Nicole Brown. 51.463. And that is your winner, 51.463. Looking back at the times, not his fastest time today. His fastest was a 50.9, but still a great run by Dustin Springer, so he gets the checkered flag. And hopefully when he takes it for a ride, he keeps it in the water. Nicely done. So, Dustin, having a pretty good season. Another first place. Congratulations to Mr. Dustin. And to Nicole as well as navigator. And our final coming up in the 400s, boat 47 and 156. The Swindolls versus Church and Bowman. Bandit Gold versus Bad Influence. And boat 156 is the first one in. Here comes 156. Just pulling up to the start channel now, so the green flag is set. The green flag is up. And they're off. This is maybe one of his better runs today. Oh, Clifton Island, a little bit of a pinball, hangs on to it. 51.828. So towards the end, getting a little bit on the wild side, clipping a couple of islands, hitting some bounce, and doing a bit of a pinball routine. Keeps it in the water, hangs on to it. So the time for the Swindolls to beat, if they want to be unbeaten this year, is 51.828. They've won all three previous races. And the time for them to beat is a 51.828, or Stephen Church gets to take the checkered flag for a ride. Here comes Bandit Gold, 47, the father-daughter team, Darren and Ashley, Team Swindoll in Bandit Gold. Here we go. He's got it dialed in. 2 more turns. 1, 2. Now it's the hard charge for home. And he did it. 49.9. His fastest run of the day. 49.910, his fastest run of the day. Great run, saving the best for last. Unbeaten for the season. And this boat truly is Bandit Gold. Yeah. Congratulations to the Swindoll family. And thank you, everybody, for coming to the race today. The weather, not exactly optimal, but for all of you who stayed, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the Extreme Sports Park and sprint boat racing in general. Looking forward to seeing you next year. If you enjoyed what you saw and this is your first time, make sure you tell a friend. Bring a couple of friends with you next time.
And I want to thank the viewers on the live stream for watching us all day. That is it from the Extreme Sports Park until next year. So keep a lookout on the Facebook page for ESP Port Angeles and also on extremesportspark.net website, and you'll see the dates announced hopefully by early next year. So with that, we're going to stop the live broadcast, and thank you for all the kind comments and for watching this stream all year long. It's been a pleasure serving you.
Have a great year. We look forward to seeing you next summer. Don't forget, like Extreme Sports Park on Facebook, and you will be able to see the